Market was in Boston. I mean, like, what are we doing?
Hold on. A lot of that stuff you see on Bravo is real life.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. People that are having affairs, people that are going to jail. I don't think Bravo can script housewives going to jail.
Yeah.
They're locked up. They are Jen Shah is in jail right now. I don't think Bravo could script that storyline.
Karen from Real Housewives of Potomac had a DUI. That's how they started the season.
So did Shannon Bedore.
Yeah.
Archie in the back seat. Can't make it up.
Yeah, that's a real thing, Pat.
Scandival? That really happened.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, sure.
Now I'm back.
Pat,
When you go Vanderpump,
Monique
back.
Samuels slapped Candace in Potomac.
More than slapper.
Yeah, which is why she's not on the show anymore.
Correct. I don't think that was a script.
That wasn't the script.
The peak of Bravo was Scandival with Vanderpump or the Housewives? Like, what was the peak of this? Because this has been an amazing era for Andy Cohen and Bravo in general.
I don't know. To say that it's peaked means that it's falling off. And
No, I'm saying up to this point.
Salt Lake City is amazing, by the way.
I'm getting caught up.
Just got into it. Wow. Wow.
Up to this point, what's been the highest moment for Bravo?
Well, Scandival captured a nation's attention. Everybody had something to say about Scandival. I think the peak era of Bravo was early Bravo, when these women weren't famous people. They were actually just housewives, and they had nothing to lose. They were wild back in the day.
You know, we haven't heard from Jovante on this. Jovante, where are you with Tom Sandoval, Ariana, and everybody? Go ahead. Give us a couple of minutes on that, Jovante.
I have nothing to say. I'm completely lost. Me and Pat sitting here like, what are they talking about?
No idea what you guys are talking about.
Tom Sandoval, St. Louis guy, did not give our city a good name.
No.
Was not happy with
You
that.
should go see his band. They're great.
I've unfortunately seen them before.
No, you've seen Sandoval's band in person?
Listen, they
Who
come
is
to
this
St. Louis
person?
and they perform. And I interviewed him once for a podcast. He was lovely. He gave me he came
I'm
in
sure he
studio
was.
with me. He came in studio. He gave me a lot of time. He was wonderful.
You like Schwartz or Sandoval better?
Well, obviously.
Okay, what are we doing? What are you
I
guys
don't know
talking
who
about?
one of those people
You guys
are.
are just making words up now. Who are
Schwartz
these
and
people?
Sandy's. It's a bar.
Yeah.
Tom Schwartz, Tom Sandoval. Tom?
What do you mean it's a bar?
The Toms?
Sir? Anyone interested?
I think it closed.
It did?
I think.
I've been there.
Throw Tom Colicchio in there, too.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
In 2021, LSU finished with a disappointing 6-7 record. Luckily for them, a new head coach in Brian Kelly and a quarterback from Arizona State, Jaden Daniels, arrived in Baton Rouge. They lead LSU to the 2022 SEC Championship game and defeated Purdue in the Citrus Bowl to finish 10-4. Kelly and Daniels made that 2021 season like it never even happened.
ServPro, like it never even happened. Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, taking your calls at 314-974-0101. And you are welcome to participate by watching on the TMA STL YouTube channel or the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. It is 101 ESPN in the Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour on the program. And Doug, this is the one you wanted because you love when it's cold and windy on a Thursday morning in St. Louis.
That's exactly what I don't like, so I'm not going to be much good to you. I was cold in my house, and I was cold driving here, and I'm cold now.
I enjoy a little cold in the air. I do.
Boo hiss.
I do. I enjoy a little chill in the air. Feels like the holidays. Maybe sitting around the fire.
With some nog?
Yeah. What's in that nog, Jimmy? Get your father another drink.
That's straight bush beer.
How about summer? Do you hate that? You hate hot weather?
I don't like it too hot.
That's why you went up north to Wisconsin, huh?
I don't like that chill. Although it's got to end at a certain point. In May, when it's still snowing, that's a little rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that October. We had a great one.
Yeah, we had great weather here. I got no complaints.
You guys are complainers.
We Doug and I are very pro warm weather, so I can't complain. It's
Were you
November
not entertained?
I enjoy the weather that we had. It's now November 21st, and if you are in the St. Louis area and you have not been outside yet, the flags on Olive are just like, they look like a hurricane shooting with wind out of the north. It is incredibly windy in the St. Louis area. So with that established here on the program, coming up, Martin, you had a chance to sit down with Bob Costas yesterday.
Yeah, Bob's in town.
The Fox 2 Fox.
2 Fox, and he's here getting that Musial Award. I think you have to say, if you're old school, Doug, what do you say? Musial.
I never said that.
So is that a generational thing?
No, I've never heard anyone say that.
I would say Stan Musial.
Yeah, most people do.
Is that what it is? But I have heard Musial, and I've heard Musial.
I think Harry Carey and the calls that you would, if you pulled a clip from Harry Carey in the old days, he would say, Stan Musial. He really hit the S.
Yeah.
We grew up knowing it as a bit of a Z.
Musial, yeah.
Does that tell you your age, you think, if you say Musial?
I don't know that it does. There's only a handful of people who say Musial.
Steven probably says Musial down at Festus.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. I'm not begging for calls, Tim, but I feel like on a nice chilly day today, we open the phone lines and we say, is it Musial or Musial?
Have you ever heard of any other person named Musial before? He's the one and only, I think.
It's a pretty cool name. That's a great question, Doug.
So you sat down with Costas for the Stan Musial Awards coming up Saturday.
That is correct. Yeah, so he's in town, and he doesn't live here anymore. So I think whenever there's an event that he's a part of, he'll come in early. He's great friends with Bill McDermott, Mr. Soccer.
Sir Soccer. He's United.
They were together last night. And I did tell him, I said, I have a tell for you when you're sitting with McDermott. I said, I want you to just keep a little notepad. And Bob said, okay. He's very exact. I like to take notes. I think he took a note because Bill McDermott, who is truly Sir Soccer, knows something about every soccer team. I said, just ask him about the Chilean 14 and under team. And he won't. We have to fake it all day long. Oh, how about the Rockets backcourt? Ooh, guys fake it all the time. McDermott with soccer is 100% across the board knowledgeable. If you mention to him, will Brazil compete in the next World Cup? Just throw it out there. So, Martin, with the new coach and the system they're installing, you're like, holy crap, he really. But he will say, precisely. And Bob said he says it at dinner. He says it on the phone. I said, can you keep a little notepad? I'm going to check back tomorrow. I gave him homework. I gave Bob homework. But he's in town for the event, seeing some friends. And I think it does mean a little more to him because he knew Stan. He said his daughter went to school with Stan's granddaughter, one of his granddaughters, for like 9 years. He said, so I would see him at soccer games. I would see him all the time. So they kind of became friends. We did talk about him leaving baseball. He contends that decision was made more than a year ago because he took a lot of criticism over the last year for his calls during the playoffs specifically. He says this was decided, and he continues to say, I didn't meet my own standard. That's why I wanted to step away. And I said, what about the criticism? And, I think he's aware of it. He said, you can't help but be aware of it. And then I said, do you think some of the critique of you is because of your political views? And he did say, yeah, I've heard people say, I used to like you as a sports guy. I think he's at peace with it. He didn't go on an anti-Trump, diatribe, which I know he's been outspoken on Bill Maher and on CNN. he didn't go into all of that because I don't think he wants to take away from this weekend. Billy Crystal's flying in to present him. He talked about their friendship, how that started. I mean, he's just so good at everything he says. Yeah. I did ask him about his vernacular. I said, you got me one year when you threw out the gendarme. And he said, the French military. And I said, well, I know, but I told him, I said,
it's like you guys are playing password.
I said, my Marquette education failed me. And I said, were you in charge of like the debate team in grade school or on speech in high school? He said, well, I don't know. I listen to great broadcasters. He said, I've always enjoyed a good essayist like Jack Whitaker.
You said that so often.
An essayist. I think you either have the ability to talk like that or you don't. You know, Vince Scully obviously had it. A few people have it where it seems like everything they're saying has been written out and edited weeks in advance. I'm not sure you ever get that if you weren't born with it.
If I'm not mistaken, it was the 1998 NBA Finals because they thought it was going to be Jordan's last year. And, of course, he eventually came back. And we will talk about Jordan with the Wizards in the 9 o'clock hour. But that was thought to be potentially the end. And he looks into the camera and delivers almost the equivalent of an essay, except it was ad-libbed. And if you didn't know any better, you would assume that he was reading off a prompter, but that's not the way that it was. So not only is he able to deliver it with poignant words, but then also with the inflection and the facial expression that makes it look like he's reading off a prompter. It's an innate ability that, as you guys were saying, very few people actually have.
Now, the criticism he took for the play-by-play, was that just because he was too low-key, you think?
I think there were
yell and scream.
Yeah, comments that said monotone. Yeah. I think whenever he does historical references, people go, "Oh God, here we go with an old school." Is it going to go back to Mickey Mantle? I think there's my question, even to myself. I ask myself this when I say critics. I don't know anymore who I'm even. I mean, Andrew Marchand used to be the New York Post is sort of the modern day Rudy Martzke that comments on all network broadcasters. I know Joe Buck is familiar with Marchand, and he used to work at ESPN. He breaks every network sports announcing story. But I think now when we say critics, we're largely talking about social media, aren't we?
Probably, yeah. Just what you read on X and Facebook.
Because who else is going to have an authority to say Bob did a good job, Bob did a bad job? Yeah. I mean, goodorbad.com. But otherwise, how do you have a barometer?
Well, there were legitimate, whatever term that would mean, critics of his broadcast in particular this past year. But I don't know, and this is something that I think is to sports media in general. Do you have writers writing for the approval of social media, or do you have writers writing what their not only opinions, but then their background information with the access that they may have to either the decision makers or the managers or the players, writing that which they believe to be the case, and their opinions are formed from that? And that is why when Jackson and I were doing the show from 10 to 11, Balloon Party, I actually named it after one of Strauss's, Joe Strauss of the Post-Dispatch's favorite terms, which for the record was when he would see Fox Sports Midwest at the time, it was called Fox Sports Midwest, and the Cardinals would get their asses blown off the field, and then they would show highlights of the 2004 team, and he would call it a balloon party. And so I loved that, and I loved that Strauss, and I think you've done this too, Martin, actually. Like, this is what I think. You might not like it. I don't really care, but I'm not going to say something or tweet something to try to get approval. If I happen to tweet something that people like, then so be it, but I'm not going to BS people. And I think what you've wound up having happen here, I don't know, perhaps over the last 10 to 15 years because of social media, I think you oftentimes have writers and broadcasters saying things that they think will be popular as opposed to that which is the truth. And so in Costas's case, I don't know if you'll find too many broadcasters who went from a higher approval rating circa 2010 in our industry, in sportscasting that is, to more of a polarizing figure by 2024. If you would have told me in 2009 that Bob Costas would be considered quote-unquote polarizing, I would have gone, how in the hell did that happen? Yeah. You know, you remember he did the thing on HBO, and he was coming after, I think it was The Morning Grind, right?
Was that the Costas questions? Now or something? Yeah, one of his long-form shows. Right. Yeah, he said, I'm driving around a town. It doesn't matter what town. It's a sports show in the morning. And they're doing a segment called Would Ya? And I remember watching that. I said, holy crap.
He's talking about our show.
The good thing is, Bob heard our show. The bad thing is, Bob heard our show.
Right. You don't want that.
I was mortified. But he said, I've been largely lucky. So he said unscathed for a long time. So he's aware of that. And in that industry, it's almost impossible. I think Joe Buck's had a reversal where now on Monday Night Football, he's not doing baseball, so he's not on as much. And Bob made this comment, and this was not in the TV version last night. We'll have a longer form on Sunday. But he said network sports is really the only place where you have no choice. He said, if you don't like Lester Holt, you might watch David Muir. He said, if you don't like the biggest popular show and most popular show on TV, you won't watch it. He said, but if your team is in the World Series, your team is in the Super Bowl, you tune in. You don't like John Madden? Too bad. There he is. You don't like Costas? Too bad. There he is. And he said it's one of the few areas where you have no choice. And so if you don't like somebody and it's your team, you are going to vent a little louder. And I think that's true. And I think, you know, Joe Buck called all those big games. Oh, my God, this guy again. Oh, this guy again. You know, you're so successful that people get tired of you.
I recall having him on, Bob Costas, 2012. It was a week where Joe Buck and I kind of did just a random show. I guess it was essentially like a podcast, and we had Costas on. And Doug said, my God, the three greatest broadcasters St. Louis has ever seen. With Bob Costas, Joe Buck, and me. And those were your words, because otherwise.
Only one of the greatest. That was you, Tim. Let me go on myself.
Good for you. And Chairman Kurt's not.
I don't know where the gong stick
Somebody swipe your gong. Oh, you're using a pen.
Yes.
Do you think Kerry Davis took your gong stick?
He may have.
But I
see it in there. I see it in the closet over there.
But I actually recall asking Bob, and this is 2012, so Twitter was not in its infancy, but it was young. And I said, hey, I noticed you don't have a Twitter account. And he goes, why would I? He goes, with one tweet, I could destroy 40 years of goodwill. Why would I have a Twitter account? And I go, oh, God bless. But in a coincidence, again, I still think, especially in St. Louis, and I think around the country with sports fans, he still has a high approval rating. But would you agree, Doug, that over the last, I don't know, handful of years that he's become somewhat polarizing if you are hip to, you know, because it started with NBC and some of those, I don't know if the right term would be monologues that he would do.
Kind of halftime commentary.
Yes,
Well, he did one on guns when the Kansas City player, did he shoot himself or shot somebody in the parking lot at Arrowhead? That led to a Sunday night commentary about how the proliferation of guns. And then he started talking about CTE while still working for NBC. Whatever your point of view is, and I knew as soon as I tweeted last night, we'll sit down with Bob tonight at 9.
Oh, did you get hit?
Well, I was waiting for it. And there was the response that said, when's he dyeing his hair blue and getting a nose ring? I'm like, and it was kind of the lefty Bob thought, you know. But it takes balls to take on the NFL when you work at NBC. I mean, let's say whatever you want.
That's what I'm saying. I respect the game, whether you like it or not, if you're going to give your opinion. And whether I agree with it or not, you know.
He said, I value that part of my career has been doing journalism. And he said, there are times, he said, if it's the IOC looking the other way at dictatorships. Remember, this is, I think, his first foray into commenting outside of sports was in China. Was it the Beijing the first time, or this is years ago, but he commented on their human rights record during the opening ceremony and like literally poking the bear while based in China. So whatever you think, I respect anybody who will say their piece and especially has money to lose, lots of money in that position. Certainly he was secure at his job, but took on the NFL and was sort of ushered away by NBC quietly. We had him on 590 6 years ago. He'd just gone into the Baseball Hall of Fame. He was in town for like a 1, 2, 3 club luncheon, and he sits down. It was Charlie, Frank, and myself, and he sits down, and I said, man, you left NBC, and they didn't even, there was no farewell. I said, there was no goodbye after all those Super Bowls, Olympics. And he said, a la Jerry Berger, Martin, I have been feted plenty.
Feted.
That's F-E-T.
I bet you have a problem with that.
Tim, you've been
really like the word.
We should really fet Timmy more. And to his point, I think, he's right. He'd been lauded and, saluted so many times. Like, who cares?
Well, he will go down as perhaps the greatest broadcast talent in the history of sports television. I don't know who would outpace him, outrank him in that category.
And the only guy
Joe Buck's getting close. I don't know that anybody's called more Super Bowls or World Series than Joe Buck.
No. friend of the show. Call in, Joe. What are you afraid? It's been a week since you've been on the show.
Right.
I think the only person who had the news sports sort of blend for a while there was Brian Gumbel, who kind of had that journalism bent while being a host, but also willing to chime in on things.
That was before the country went nuts over politics.
Yeah, where I think
before
you
everything
kind
was
of
so polarized.
Somebody just texted Libby Martin.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood, Malacca Tequila listener of the year, texted that in.
Yes. It's funny we bring all of this up because I happened to see a Rennie Knott tweet this morning, and some guy called him a libtard. And then the next one said...
Why? Wasn't he tweeting about the AB?
Yeah, Rennie usually tweets about cheeseburgers and his socks. But this guy said, you're a clown and a sheep.
Oh.
Nothing you say will change that. Keep looking the other way and sipping the Kool-Aid. And Reddy quote tweets it, which is what he's off to do. This guy seems angry. That's what he said. That was the same guy who called him a libtard.
I guess there's nothing you can do to shake.
Why did you call me a libtard? Fair question.
This was under his picture of the AB.
No, this is separate. It's something going on this morning.
Got it.
Rennie is good at, do they call it aggregating content? Because he'll just take a tweet. The Blues put out the Winter Classic. He'll just say, what do you think?
He's probably been told by his bosses, you have to tweet 5 times a day.
Oh, is that like there can be like a
There was a time at Channel 4 where they wanted us to tweet a certain amount.
Remember that? Tim Doug would say, look, I have new socks.
Yeah.
And we'd say, God, why is he...
That counted as one.
That counted as 8 tweets. Get involved on the program. The YouTube chat is a place where you can go, whether it be on the youtube.com/TMASTL channel or the 101 ESPN channel. And, of course, the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt standing by at 314-974-0101. And if you are in the market for a home, here is the website you go to, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lotman, and he is with Compass Realty. And Jeff Lotman has been doing it in St. Louis for 20 years and $500 million in sales. Jeff Lotman of Compass Realty, the #1 luxury real estate broker in the St. Louis area. But Jeff wants you to know that luxury isn't a price point. Luxury is an experience in the sale process. Whether you are looking to buy a home or you are looking to sell a home, Jeff Lotman and Compass Realty will take care of you at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, there you go.
I picture a high school cheerleader when you guys are doing that.
You like that?
Yeah, maybe in male.
Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Look at that.
MANN.com.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like a male cheerleader with the giant megaphone. Dave Murray's son was the yell leader at USC.
Oh, really?
Which I think out there was very prestigious. Like to
Is
get
that right? It's like down into A&M.
This was during the Pete
Jackson
Carroll.
just moaned.
Pete Carroll era.
God, I hate that Mizzou got smoked by them.
Uh-oh.
In cheering?
And in cheering and on the scoreboard.
This 50-day-old loss is starting to really percolate for Jackson.
But they're still the focus of Danny Cannell?
That's correct. Yes, that is correct.
Drawing the ire.
That actually is
I'll quote
correct.
tweet. Boy, this guy seems angry.
This is kind of a unique set of circumstances here, but we have AJ McKernan audio.
Oh, my.
And you're going to want to hear it. And I mean
really?
it. Yeah.
Does he blast us?
No, not at all. If anything, he goes out of his way to praise St. Louis.
Oh, good.
He's on a podcast. Jackson and I were texting about this podcast yesterday about his exit from the Battlehawks. And Doug, I know you dealt with Earl Weaver, and that is where we coined the phrase. You coined the phrase, Banty Rooster.
Yes.
AJ McKerran's banty about the Battlehawks.
Really?
And you, for real, are there's a lot of meat on this bone, and we have the audio. What's the name of the podcast? This is like a Roll Tide podcast.
Yeah, McCready and Siskey, former Alabama player, and then
my new partner to enjoy that.
And that's the SEC writer.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's McKerran's former teammate.
It is a detailed explanation of his real anger toward the Battlehawks. Also, his real love for the city of St. Louis and sports fans in St. Louis. So he has certainly separated the two. But my God, he wants a piece of the Battlehawks and some specific people. You're actually going to want to hear this. And
I'm intrigued.
I'm not BSing.
He's not coming after Brian Stull, is he?
I don't think he'd come after Stull.
Okay, he better not.
So we have that for you coming up next. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Feel free to get involved in the program. You can email it for our design, air, heating, and cooling. Email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I think I just completed my first ever Battlehawks tease.
Oh, did you?
Martin, my tease intrigued you.
I didn't hear the audio. I didn't know about this. I thought it was odd last week. They called a press conference via Zoom, Anthony Becht, to let everyone know that McKernan wouldn't be back. And I thought, is that really worth a 30-minute Zoom? And there are UFL reporters around the country that get into this, so they were on the call. It wasn't just St. Louis breaking it down. But I'm wondering now if they knew there was some bad blood and they wanted to get out in front of it, because otherwise it's a press release. Hey, McKernan's moved on from the Battlehawks, and everybody said, oh, okay.
So he was on the name of the podcast, McCready and Siskey?
Yes.
And this is in Alabama. McKernan, of course, the longtime quarterback at Roll Tide. And he gave his perspective in detail as to what happened. And Doug, I think when it's all said and done, you're going to describe him as banty as the day is long.
Okay.
Yeah, take a listen.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
It was a little, you could tell tensions were high on the phone call. Beck was probably pissed that I was talking to other coaches or just hearing from other coaches that they were, going to trade me. And he got in his feelings a little bit and said, well, I'll just turn y'all in for tampering because that's against the league. And he tried to assume who I was talking to. And so I told him, I said, you can't assume because you don't know. And he named one coach that he knows I'm friends with. And especially because we've talked during the season to him on the phone. And so I said, Beck, you can't assume anything. But I said, listen, we have a friendship, a relationship, and they wanted to let me know. I appreciate that. But so it just kind of went from there to, with the tampering deal kind of pissed me off a little bit. And then it cooled down and he said, hey, well, I want to send you out the right way. I want to, we're going to make a post eventually. It'll be some time and we'll get back in touch with you so we can allow you to, make a post with us and put it out there and show your appreciation for the city and all that.
Okay, so the agreement was, for the record, that even though there was some tension over the fact that McKernan had been talking with another UFL coach and then talks of tampering, that both A.J. McKernan and the Battlehawks would simultaneously send out one of those posts that he was moving on. They thank him for his time here. He gets to thank the organization, the fan base. But then, per McKernan, as you will hear, that is not how it went down.
We hang up. I thought everything was great. I'm like, well, at least they're giving me that opportunity to, make a statement with the team and an organization that I also sacrificed a ton for. 2 days later or a day later, we're upstairs and Tripp comes to me and is like, Dad, are you done playing with the Battlehawks? I'm like, I don't, what do you mean? And he said, well, they said that they released you. And so that's how I found out. I was not called, was not warned, was not given an opportunity to put out a post with the team and the organization like I was told.
That's the end of it.
It was a dramatic,
like another sentence.
Well, I honestly didn't know this was the backstory. I thought he was just getting out of football, and I guess they wanted to be preemptive and get the word out. I had no idea this was going on. The only thought, and I don't know which coach he's friends with. You do have Bob Stoops, who's friends with Drinkwitz. He's in the league. The Birmingham coach is...
You got to always be paying attention to when Martin's talking.
The Birmingham coach is Skip Holtz. I don't know if they're friends, but wouldn't it make sense for him to play for Birmingham? I mean, of all the teams in the league, I mean, I guess he could be friends with like Stoops or these other guys, Wade Phillips, and play. But I didn't realize there was all this tension.
Well, he goes on to say that he wants to play... He wants to stay in the league to play the Battlehawks.
Stick it to him?
Twice. And he wants to find a team that's playing him twice so he can go after him.
Oh.
I mean, he's on a mission.
Wow.
Yeah. To be clear, this has nothing to do with the city of St. Louis. And in the podcast, he goes on to actually praise the fans of St. Louis.
As you can see, still rocking my St. Louis hat. I got to get this out there. Like, I absolutely love the city of St. Louis. Unbelievable people, the love for football, passion, like the way they treated my family, everybody in the organization, from every coach I got to deal with. I truly had an unbelievable time. The fans were unreal. Some of the best literally in the country. It's sad that the NFL got taken away from them, because that city, whether it's hockey, hell, soccer now, baseball with the Cards, like it's unbelievable passion there.
How about that, Doug? How about that?
Well said.
He had to run for mayor.
Yeah.
Maybe he should. I would imagine if you're playing in the UFL, XFL, whatever it is now, St. Louis is where you want to be. It's where the fans are. There's other games that play in front of just a couple thousand fans. I'm sure they got a kick out of playing here when had 35, 40,000 at these games.
Don Peepee in the YouTube chat says, I think St. Louis just lost its most popular sports star.
One of them.
When Jackson would ask me that question, who is the most popular star in St. Louis, we would have people seriously texting in A.J. McKernan. And then, now, listen, there's a portion of the St. Louis area that really loves the Battlehawks, and they viewed McKernan as the face of the franchise. And so the way that this went down, I think even if you couldn't care any less about the Battlehawks, it's an intriguing set of circumstances. I'd be curious. Anthony Beck goes out of his way to be available and give his side of it, but they did, like you said, there was, a half-hour press conference or something on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was intended to be that long, but I got a text from Brian Stully, who does a great job as the PR director for the Battlehawks. He's based here. The team, as you know, is based in Texas when the season begins. But he said on Friday, will you guys be able to hop on this? And when I had things, so I texted Kevin Ryans, who I work with, reporter, and he works on Fridays. He said, yeah, I'll hop on, or Daniel Esteve. One of them hopped on to record it. And I saw him over the weekend. I said, what was it about? I didn't even know. He said, McKerran's not going to be back. And I said, he's probably shutting it down. He made about 14 or 15 million in the NFL. So I thought, I just assumed, without digging too deep on this, Doug, I just assumed, he must be quitting football, not knowing the backstory. But then it goes a half hour because there are these UFL reporters who I think when they get the chance to talk to a coach, they dig in deep on all things UFL. Now, this is a league run by The Rock, with a little wrestling background where there's always a villain and there's always a feud. You don't know. This does seem real.
Storyline here?
Oh, you think that this is... Well, Larry Nickel will be calling in immediately because you're insinuating now that this is a script.
Oh, I think he's probably really upset. I mean, we tend to downplay it a little bit because it feels like minor league football. But for these guys, that's how they're making their livelihood right now. That's where they are in their career. It's important stuff.
For the record, because Anthony Beck has not reacted to A.J. McKernan on this podcast, the UFL continues to be a league of opportunity, and we have come to the decision to move forward looking at new opportunities at the quarterback position. McKernan has been a tremendous part of the success of our team the last 2 seasons, and we're grateful for all his contributions. It's with respect for A.J. that we wanted to provide him a clear path forward as he decides what is next in his football future. So even in a vacuum, you'd read that, that's a nice sentiment as people part ways. But what McKerran's problem with it is he was told that they were going to be able to do that together, and he felt like he was backdoored by the organization.
So another bad exit for a St. Louis star, the Ozzie exit. How often is there a great exit? Holy leaves and then Warner leaves. It's rare. I'm not putting AJ in that camp. But it sounds like he talked to some other teams. They got wind of it. It kind of ticked them off. Why wouldn't you want to be here? And then emotion gets in the middle of it, right? It sounds like feelings were hurt.
McKerran's quote was, I'm talking to other teams to see if it's a good fit. If there's any way possible, I want to come back with a vengeance. And I want to face them twice. I want to go to somebody that faces them twice a year and put it on them. We'll see if there ends up being a fit and if it ends up working out. But I just felt like this was not done the right way.
Can I ask a serious question? I know
Doug is taking serious questions.
I don't know. Battlehawks fans that are tuning in right now, are you upset that AJ's not the quarterback? And I need a gauge as to how big a deal this is to you. It is nice when the quarterback, he was out of all the players on the team that you could name, and Doug's pretty good at the whole roster, but I think he was by far one of the most recognized names in the entire league. I think you want him as your quarterback. Now, a texter just said, we may have even thrown this out there last week. What about Brady Cook?
Oh, yeah. Got a lot of Brady Cook checks in.
And I'm sure he would love to play in the NFL and give that a run.
And Cody Schrader is the running back.
Oh, man. Can you imagine that?
Mm-hmm. That'd be more excitement than we could deal with. Maybe it's too much.
Frank might cut in live at halftime. I'm here with Brady Cook's 8th grade science teacher. Back to the game.
McKerran's 34 now, so he may not have too many years left. He's had a heck of a career, really. He's like the XFL passing leader, completion leader, ratings leader. That's how closely I follow all this. In the NFL, he was with the Bengals, the Bills, the Raiders, the Texans, the Falcons, the Battlehawks.
He got a couple of checks. I'm telling you, he made about $15 million.
The Loomster says Battlehawks fans. LOL. That's from the Loomster. And he was a runner-up for the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2022 to Chairman Kurt.
That's right.
How about that? I mean, Martin, you're that close to the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year from 2022. That's Chairman Kurt.
Is there a list somewhere, Wikipedia, where I could go, like Final Fours, I'll try and quiz myself?
That's right. Yeah, with Stephen Wild with last year. Who will it be in 2024? I think it's Buck Swope's time. I think it's long overdue, matter of fact. That's what I think.
I'd say he's the betting favorite at the moment.
Doesn't sound like he's your favorite, though.
I don't know about that. I just, I don't know who else would be like, have the same resume.
Are there any ladies in the mix that could maybe swoop in? And
we've had some women win Listener of the Month.
The Baldwin Beer Bitch.
That her caller Jen, who I think just called in to tell us that Stephen A. Smith used to be on General Hospital.
Right, but that was good enough to win.
Right.
That's all it takes.
And that secured the W.
If you're a female, there is a little bias on the committee, I guess.
Well, it was late in the month, and it was kind of like, when you get pulled over, going 6 over on like the 30th of the month, it's like, this wouldn't happen on the 2nd. Right. But she called in later in the month. So there's two certainly in the running, but I think Buck Swope's the betting favorite.
Did she swoop? Is that what happened? She swooped in on Swope?
Swope's kind of always in the mix.
You better believe it. He's Scotty Scheffler. AJ became a liability on the field in the latter part of the season. It was the right move to cut him, but could have been handled better. That's from Dr. Francis's Banana Hammock in the YouTube chat.
What in the world?
Dr. Francis's Banana Hammock.
A lot going on there.
In the YouTube chat. That's where you can participate in the conversation. People talk about Luke Altmaier, by the way, also as a possibility. Yeah.
ILL.
Well, McKernan could have contract issues because he's made a lot of money, and that could lead to tax issues. And the guy he needs to talk to about that, of course, would be Mark Milton.
Oh, wow, what a weave.
Yeah. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, maybe bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, IRS problems are really serious. You could be facing an IRS criminal investigation if you get sideways with the godforsaken tax man. That's where Mark Milton comes in. You can contact him at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark started his career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issue nagging at you, you're worried about it, you're thinking, I could be in trouble here. You won't be in trouble. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Finally, we get some Battlehawks talk in St. Louis, and that comes from Drinking with Kevin in Wright City. I can tell you, I like that text name.
Carpe diem.
Drinking with Kevin in Wright City. I'm bloody pissed about McKernan. This has the fingerprints of Jackson Burkett. It will not go unanswered, you little Ho Chi Minh. I'm coming for your Marxist ass. I'll stand up for the quote-unquote nest. That's from the Warson Woods wacko, who is a big Battlehawks fan, and he believes Jackson's involved.
Little much. It's a little much.
You don't like anybody making any money except the chairman, right?
That's a little much.
Okay. And wasn't he the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Week in March of 21?
Thank you, Martin. Ask Doug these questions because Doug doesn't pay attention to these words.
I don't care much about him, really.
Harrison's brother, Master, play drops.
Another hitter.
Play drops. He is furious.
If Martin starts reading the text, it's going to be great.
I'll just go
brother
back.
Master we have some omnipresent listeners who just don't like the program. Harrison's brother Master would fall into that category.
The
Play
new
drops.
version, you're saying?
No, these have been there for years. No, this goes back to probably AM radio. Play drops, you homeless-looking Libby.
Oh,
that's from Harrison's brother Master.
Homeless-looking.
Read this dumbass text.
See, Jennings would even get.
Why would he be homeless looking? Maybe yesterday with the stocking cap on.
Scully. I liked it.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, it's obvious one of Libby Jack's buddies, Cream of Wheat with the good hairline, is going to win Listener of the Month. That's from Big Tuft.
You have to have a good hairline to win Listener of the Month?
No, definitely
I
not.
wouldn't think so.
Is there a committee where you guys get together, like with Pinkle and Chris Alt?
There's a papal conclave.
Mac Rhodes.
You were involved in the papal conclave last time around. So quickly we forget.
Warson Woods Wacko's a total dolt. That's from Jackson's friend, Sweet Kai.
They're yelling at each other.
Keep that head up, Jackie. You're doing great. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV.
The Billikens.
We just not doing drops anymore, or ... That's from Big Tough.
Okay.
Tough. Oh, man.
Don't the drops,
like
you kind of have to feel it, don't you?
There's that.
Is it tougher to play drops in the 101 studio than our closet next to the Pissa?
I'm still kind of getting used to the rhythm and cadence of the show. I know that sounds like way too. I know it sounds
Joe right there.
Like way too into the weeds of it, but like you do kind of need to have a good feel of when people are going to stop talking so that you can fire it in there and not step on other people because that's awkward. And so I'm still kind of feeling that out. I'm also like just physically a little further away than I was in the old studio, but we're making it work.
So you're making excuses.
Can I have a Frank drop? I would just like a little Frank because he's out of town. He's at a pickleball tournament, so I'd like to hear a Frank
And
drop.
you're not making that up.
No, I'm not. That's not.
Mike Bush told you that yesterday.
I do say random things
Right,
that
I know.
sound made
I feel
up.
like I needed to make sure I called attention to that. Actually.
Frank, would you say this statement is accurate? Doug Vaughn, Big Ego, Small Johnson.
Hey, come on, Frank.
Confirm or deny. Wow.
Of all the drops. Didn't we used to have a website or an app where you could play your own drops?
ClipthatOff.com. That's done by the great Deke Dotem.
All right.
Yeah.
So if you don't like the fact that more drops aren't being played,
No.
blame yourself.
No, it's not that. I'm not just playing them on your own. It's the same as them being weaved into the program.
yeah.
It's a big part of my gig, and I'm trying to be
and
better.
cadence.
Right.
Rhythm
RNC.
and cadence. Oh, by the way, you didn't even mention any of you dopes. We got a surprise guest at 9:30.
Any hints? Doug likes guessing.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm just going to say it will either be incredibly good or incredibly bad.
White Delta.
And I mean that sincerely.
Wow. Now my wheels are turning.
Based on what?
Do you think it's a guessable surprise guess? That's all I'm asking.
I'm not taking any questions. I'm sorry. I'm just not. That'll be at 9:30.
Surprise guess. Can't wait to go down to the Dome with the Battle Hoosiers and watch Nathan Peterman or Brett Rippon under center. I heard Orlowski was interested in parlaying the take-smithing into playing again, too, but they saw the running out of the back of his own end zone tape. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
You know, I would think Brady Cook would be a real logical guy to take a look at for that job. I don't think he's going to get a shot in the NFL after the season he's had.
I just wonder about
he could be a UFL quarterback.
But the timing of it, because it's before the draft. I guess you could go and play and have a good season, and maybe it enhances your chance to be a street free agent in the summertime. I don't think that would be his first choice. But
I'm sure his first choice would be to get drafted.
Well, I know, but how do you decide that when you're playing games in March and the draft's in April? How do you decide, all right, this is my path? Most of those guys have already sort of tried the NFL route and it didn't work.
Unless your agent has talked to teams and they all say, no, he's not on the radar.
He would probably take a pay cut to go from Mizzou, and I mean, serious, to go to the – isn't that crazy to think about?
Well, there have been people, including a Battlehawk quarterback, who went on to the NFL.
Jordan Ta'amu?
I think that's who it was, yeah.
I believe he's playing at the NFL level.
Taylor Heineke.
He was the Redskins guy for a minute.
The important thing is just keep playing, because once you sit out, then you're kind of forgotten about. He's got to keep playing.
If I were the Battlehawks, I'm all over Brady Cook. Now, whether or not he wants to go there, he may not want to go there just yet, if I had to guess.
Now, hold on. I heard a dialect right there.
Spags.
That was Spags.
Don't want to go there. Don't want to go there.
Get involved on the program. Many are doing so via the Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. You can call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt is manning the lines. Do you have to be staring at them to see that it rings? Because we don't hear it ringing in here.
I just got to make sure I'm glancing from time to time.
Is there not a light that blinks or something? Nothing?
No.
Really? So then how do you know it's ringing?
The name pops up on one of the lines.
Doug, I don't know about this system.
What year is this?
And then, of course, I text him to let him know.
I know, and then if I don't have my
my
phone in front of me, I don't see it because somebody called in saying he wants to talk about Doug's favorite segment.
Oh, yeah, that was Shaw.
I assume that's Foot Fetish Friday.
That wasn't my favorite.
I think he was wanting to talk about his favorite Doug-centric segment.
I see.
Oh. But he's gone.
Okay.
Well, by the time we figure out the phone is ringing, and then we actually answer it.
I have to put my phone up. So
And then he has to
hand signal.
text him. I mean, I think Skip Irwin had an easier time taking calls at 9:20. Jeez.
You're welcome to partake. Many are talking in the YouTube chats and such. YouTube.com/TMASTL 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt on the phone lines. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the San Jose Sharks. Pre-game at 6 p.m. right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN, and the puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Welcome back. It's TMA. Brian and Crouppen, presenting sponsor. Mungan, sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt is manning the phone lines. I now have my phone, Doug, positioned here so I can see when Chairman Kurt wants to tell me when we have a caller worthy of appearing on this program, because with the kind of dialogue we have going on, how can you possibly be worthy to talk to us? But, I mean, take your shot. 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Chairman Kurt, I see you're in the YouTube chat interacting with the people. What's going on in there?
We were just having a little frozen pizza discussion.
What in the world?
Good talk. I like that.
Talking Lena's. Remember Lena's?
Now it's Emos.
Yeah, I think it just consolidated into Emos.
It was always Emos, but there was some kind of reason why when it was frozen pizza, it had to be called Lena's. But now if you go into grocery stores, you will see they have Emos frozen pizzas.
Do they?
Yes.
I never knew that.
Yeah, that was the reasoning.
Wow.
Lena's was always Emos.
That was always my favorite frozen pie.
Lena's?
Makes sense. Yeah, makes
you have a
sense.
problem with him saying frozen?
Don't
I had a
just say
feeling
pie.
What?
Just say pie. Say pizza.
I like saying pizza pie.
Well, don't. Because pie means something. It's pumpkin pie.
Oh, then we get into the hot fruit.
Yeah, hot fruit.
Yeah,
thing.
it's hot dog a sandwich.
Jackson, what about pineapple on pizza?
Love it.
No, stop it.
Hot fruit.
Commie.
That is hot fruit.
That is a good point.
Oh, he walked you into that.
Wow.
Nicely done. But this chairman's a counselor.
Wow. Damn.
Asked
You may
and
step
answered.
down.
Yeah.
You may
Damn.
step down.
Boy, that one. Yeah.
That was the cat line.
I got.
How's it feel? The chairman just kind of, and he dunked on you yesterday pulling that Cleveland Browns audio? Is there a coup d'etat coming from Chairman Kurt?
Am I being usurped?
Oh, don't say you. Do you eat ham?
What?
Do you eat ham?
Yeah, I don't like to eat it.
See, Costas would never do this.
On its own, not really. But
Because sometimes they put pineapple on ham, too.
Yeah, like pineapple and ham pizza. I like that. I don't like ham like on its own. Like I would never just eat slices of ham. Hard pass.
I don't want to gloss over the fact Chairman Kurt kind of Columboed you. He kind of walked you into something that said, aha.
I know.
Gotcha.
I know. I got bodied.
That was a gotcha moment there by the former middle school teacher who once bartended a parent party.
That's correct. And the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year 2022.
Middle school was the one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Middle school was the one age level I never taught.
Ascended to?
And that's a good thing, isn't it? That's probably the most difficult years to teach.
I had a.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So that's 6th, 7th, 8th? And
yeah, the hormones start kicking in. The attitude.
Smart aleck kids. Yeah.
Did 6 years of high school, 7 years of K through 4. So I've done everything but middle school.
And what's the best way to go as a teacher?
I'm going to say 3rd grade.
Oh, well, you know, I told you the other day I'm not a huge fan of kids.
No.
Which made you a great teacher.
But, you know, I could put on a happy face for little half-hour increments at a time, but as soon as that class left, I was MFing behind my desk.
Third graders are like
cigarette.
9, 8 or 9?
Yeah.
And you don't like 8 or 9?
Get out, you
No.
MFers. Mr. Garner, do we have homework? Get out of here, you little snot balls.
My favorite memory of teaching elementary school, I was one of the only male teachers. They're not super prominent in the elementary schools.
That's correct.
So I was lucky enough to get to give the 4th grade puberty talk to the whole 4th grade class.
In 4th grade? Who's hitting puberty at 4th grade?
I don't know. I wasn't checking.
Those are 10-year-old kids. They don't
So
hit
you
puberty.
decided one day to say, you know what, let's talk about
No, that's probably
growing
when
shrubs?
No, that's 4th or 5th.
That's early.
4th or 5th. That's when I learned. Not like full sex ed class, but like about puberty and your body changing. Yeah,
And
probably
telling
4th or
them
5th grade. Definitely.
How old are you then? 10?
10, 11. Yeah, my dad taught 5th grade forever. They would have that talk. Absolutely.
It was a lot about like getting ready to start wearing deodorant as your body starts going through changes and not being ashamed of certain physiological things that may start happening.
Shrubs,
tents.
Oh, tents. Oh.
Shrubs. Those conversations were a lot of fun.
I never had those classes at all as a kid.
That's why you're such a prude.
Oh. I mean, I never had any of that.
I don't think Kurt is alone in being a teacher, but really not liking kids. I just don't know if it happens along the way, or you start with that disposition, or you eventually just hate the little buggers.
You couldn't start with it, or you wouldn't have chosen that profession.
I don't know. Sometimes it just kind of happens.
He's on the phone now, ignoring you.
I also thought while Kurt was talking, Jackson took a call, and I thought, is he trying to usurp the call?
Oh, so you went to answer the phone while Chairman Kurt was talking about the shrub growing.
Two can play at that game.
Wow. We got producer warfare here on TMA.
I didn't see, like always, I didn't see anyone actually on the show that was a caller. You guys are taking calls. Apparently we're not.
You're welcome to get involved, and clearly people are getting involved. And I don't know what's going on. They're sending hand signals now. It's like watching Pop Warner.
What in the world's going on?
Jackson giving signals to each other. You are welcome to partake, as many are doing, calling into the program YouTube chat as well. Tim will hit his 48-year growth spurt soon after. That's from Jackson's awful dossier in the YouTube chat, and I am counting on a bit of a growth spurt.
At 48, that's when people are hitting growth spurts.
Isn't that reasonable?
It seems a little late.
It's going to happen. Brad wants to talk it over on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Brad.
Hello, Brad. Brad.
Hey, what's going on?
Okay, there you are. Not much. How are you?
Very good. Just dropped my kids off at school. I was really intrigued by your guys' conversation yesterday about St. Louis City.
Yes, sir. That got a lot of traction. We're going to have a couple more guests on that topic here over the next week or so.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about it. So, two thoughts, and you guys can obviously give your opinions, but I think you could fix it real quick when nobody's going to like this, but you combine the city and county.
I don't think nobody's going to like it. It's just obviously a polarizing topic. But, yes, I think a lot of people share your opinion on that, and a lot of people hate the idea, so you're right.
Yeah, that's the problem. But it would help the tax people talking about tax money in the city. You get the city and county together, you fix it. And then the blight. You know, Jack Dorsey, who created Twitter, he invested money to get rid of blight in St. Louis. You do that, you go a long way.
Well, it's a little more complicated than that, than just throwing money at it. You got to change the culture.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you have to do that, but you have to take small steps in order to kind of fix it. And I think a lot of people around the community want to fix it, and I think those are two pretty big steps.
There's a piece at fox2now.com. Ty Hawkins, who's a colleague, he's a morning anchor on Fox 2, younger reporter, but he did a piece last night how there's a petition by business owners in the city who want to know where all of the COVID money's going, like hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And they talked to the petition leader, I think, is a small business owner, and then a woman who runs a beauty salon business on Del Mar. She said, I've been here for 15 years. I applied for these grants and was turned down for every one of them. But I looked at the list. Some businesses that were like a year old were getting the money. She said thousands and thousands of dollars. She said, I don't understand. I've been fighting it for 15 years to make it. It's an interesting story. And they're asking the state to audit the city, saying
I would enjoy that.
If you go to fox2now.com, Ty Hawkins, he's a good young reporter, and he's been kind of digging in on this. And basically, there's a petition started, because we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think Tashar Jones' office issued a statement saying, we're confident that you'll find all the money was legitimately spent. But this business owner on the Del Mar Loop said, listen, I've been here since 2009, paying my bills, trying to make it, and I was denied all of these grants, yet all these newer businesses that have popped up in the last year are getting the money.
Imagine that.
I'm not saying anything. They're saying we want to know more. That's a story I'm telling you as we talk about the city and downtown and
we were talking about the Rams money yesterday.
This is another one. There's a bigger pile of money that people are saying, where did it go?
Yeah, this is separate from the COVID money. The title of the article, I have it pulled up now, is Where is the Money Really Going? 1,000-sign petition requesting St. Louis City audit. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, I would just say the blight issue, to me, is where you can actually see where the money's going. You physically see it. You tear down these abandoned buildings, you plant grass, put trees, flowers, whatever the hell you want to do. but you can actually see the result. And that's the problem with the money, right, is you can't see where it's going, and that's what everybody's frustrated about. So, to me, that would be something. I mean, Jack Dorsey's no dummy. He's a billionaire. So, you can disagree with his politics all you want, but
what is he? I'm sorry, Brad. What is he? So he's said that we need to do this, or he's spending money? I'm not sure what. Remind me.
Well, you can look it up. I mean, he donated.
I can't, but you brought it up, so I'm asking you.
No, I hear you. You can look it up, but he donated money to try to, eliminate some of the blight in St. Louis because he felt it was the biggest problem. So anyway, it's hey, look, you don't have to agree with me, but
no, I do agree. I think getting rid of when you say blight, and for people, I think everybody knows what that means. Abandoned buildings, piles of trash, just looks like a third world country when you drive around certain streets. Right. And I think we can get Paul McKee on the show. He'll talk to you about dealing with the city trying to tear down, and he's a very polarizing figure himself. I had him on the radio show in the past, and he said, I was doing all these successful developments. What's the Winghaven? He said, successful developments out west. He said, I had people tell me for years, you need to help the city. You're a developer. You know how to do it. They said, get in the city, make a difference. He said, I started developing in the city or attempting to, and people immediately said, carpetbagger from out west coming in here. And he said, I can't win. And again, I'm not saying there may be plenty to disagree with. I haven't dug that deep into the whole story with him, but he will tell you a lot about inertia with City Hall and trying to get things done that you just can't get done. Right. I would love to hear from Jack Dorsey. Call in, Jack.
He usually is listening in the 8 o'clock hour. So
okay.
We'll get next. Brad, thank you so much for the phone call.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brad. McKernan Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. You're welcome to call in. Chairman Kurt manning the lines, 314-974-0101. We are in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, we are actively looking for a home, and I know plenty of people are, and that is where Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage can help you out. He gives out a cell phone number, 314-324-4440. What else could you ask for as far as being able to reach out to somebody directly? And Stewie is with us right here, and I want to get the clear definition here on APR and what many might be interested in, that's cash out refi, Stewie.
Tim, I got a question for you, though.
I am taking questions.
Do you like money? Do you need money?
I like it. I've got a terrible, terrible gambling habit, and I could use a cash-out refi so I can bet more on parlays.
That's right. So when you shopping mortgages, that's pretty good. I'll see you at the casino. When you're shopping for mortgages, you need to look at the annual percentage rate, not the note rate. People have a habit of calling mortgage companies and saying, hey, what's your rate? What's your rate? What's your rate? That is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the annual percentage rate. The annual percentage rate, they'll take all the fees they're charging you, the title fees, everything, and they'll combine it into the rate to give you what your true cost of money is. That's what you want to go ahead. There's no greatness in getting 0.25% lower on the rate if it's going to cost you $5,000 more. You're never going to recover the savings versus the cost. So shop APR. Right now, credit card rates, Tim, upwards of 30 to 35% APRs. People don't realize it. So consolidate the debt, improve your cash flow. We just closed an ESPN listener yesterday. He saved $1,600 a month by consolidating his debt, getting a better interest rate. And you know how much it cost him, Tim? Nothing with the bagel loan, zero. So look at the APRs, see what you have, consolidate that debt, improve your cash flow, and save that money so you and I can meet them at the casino and have some fun.
There you go, Doug. See, that's how it works. You consolidate, you save the money, and then you meet at the casino. That's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage, and he gives out his cell phone. You can call him right now, 314-324-4440, Stewart's American Mortgage. TMA, it's presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL, and the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. You can always be live streaming the show and podcasting it via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. And also, there is a separate TMA STL app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt taking your calls. Doug, he has to stare at the Callier and Thompson phone lines to know if somebody's calling in.
And when he's not there, no one sees it.
That's correct. Yeah. Unless Jackson's starting to answer the phones now.
Yeah, it's tough because I'm so proximity-wise, I'm so close to you guys. I don't want any conversation to leak out.
Hey, you're a prince.
That's I know. Well, I just don't think it's like I don't think people want to hear that. They'd be like, well, why is Martin's given a great, impression and I'm over here yapping to somebody about, complaining that, we're not talking enough about their favorite sport.
Doug, a staple on ESPN is going away. Have you seen the story? I feel like Jackson has. I feel like Martin's probably 70%, but based on the way
I don't know.
You don't know this.
But I'm thinking around the horn, but that was my blink.
Yeah. Around the horn.
Yeah.
Was it? That was my blink.
That was it.
I didn't know that.
ESPN plans to hit the mute button on Around the Horn. The show's legendary run of more than 2 decades will conclude this coming summer. Per the New York Post, the Post previously reported that the show's cancellation was under consideration by company brass. An ESPN spokesperson declined to comment. Around the Horn launched in 2002, and it was hosted then by who?
Not Tony Reali?
That's correct. It was not Tony Reali.
Can we have initials, please?
He's joining us at 9:30.
Max Kellerman.
Chairman Kurt.
That's a great call.
God. This Chairman Kurt, there's a coup d'etat going on, Martin. I'm telling you.
Jackie, hang in there, buddy. It's going to be all right.
Max Kellerman. And it was titled The Show That Scored the Argument.
Yes.
Was it the incubator for the take?
You had a lot of Woody Page on there.
I never understood.
Was Skip Bayless on it? Wasn't he on that from the beginning?
Kurt?
Or Jackson?
He just
getting passed around.
By a hot potato.
Pass it around.
Woody Page was funny, though. I liked him.
He was a troll, though. I think he if your team was playing a Colorado team, he would write that your city was trash. Remember, that was his playbook, I would say. Bob Ryan is on there a lot. I don't know if he was an original.
Bayless was not on Around the Horn.
Okay.
Bob Ryan, Woody Page, Tim Collishaw, who I think is a Missouri journalism guy.
He's the Dallas guy, right?
Yes.
Cowboys.
Jay Adonde, Bill Plaschke.
Jackie McMullen used to be on there a lot.
Yes, that's correct. Bomani Jones, Pablo Torre, Ramona Shelburne.
Plaschke, SIU Edwardsville. Did you know that?
Yes.
Was he in L.A.?
He was a big L.A. columnist, but he was SIU Edwardsville.
So we had him on. I don't think this was Morning Grind. Doug, you might have been. This is more. I don't know. I can picture we were KFNS. Well, it was 2007. So this was when Josh Hancock had passed away, and Plaschke wrote a column condemning the Cardinal organization. Condemning the fact that the stadium was named after beer. I mean, we were really going, deep.
That's why a tragedy happened, because the stadium was named Busch.
Right. And Jim Edmonds was listening to the show. He texts me and he says, I want to talk to this guy because he's going after a former teammate of mine. He's going after my teammates who are still around. We're in mourning, and he's saying things that are just factually incorrect. And so Plaschke's on, and I said, hey, Jim Edmonds just called in, and he would like to give his perspective on it. And Plaschke was furious with us for putting Edmonds on because he said it was an ambush. And I just would have to say I respectfully disagree with that. That's not an ambush.
More of a steamer.
You think it was more of a steamer?
Than an ambush? Yeah.
I caught it. And so I recall that column, and I remember thinking to myself, you really think that Josh Hancock passed away because the stadium was named Busch Stadium? And it's one of those easy kind of like bait things to write from 2,000 miles away while a team and many fans are in mourning, and he felt that was an ambush.
Did Edmonds call in?
Did he ambush? Clashkey called it an ambush, but all he did was say, "I disagree with where you're coming from."
So they actually conversed on the. Wow,
Yeah.
Buck Swope, can I hear that?
Yeah,
please?
that's 2007. I don't know if Swope would have those audio archives, but yeah, that was Josh Hancock passed away in 2007.
It was like spring. Oh, it was early spring, April, May-ish.
Yeah.
Not to go all Tim on you, but April, May-ish, because I went to the funeral or covered the funeral down in Mississippi.
That's right.
Oh, really?
I do recall that. Hey, Jeremy Rutherford here with a column this morning on the Blues and Jim Montgomery, and not necessarily dismissing it. The title of the column, "Are the Blues considering a Jim Montgomery reunion? It's not out of the question." JR writing, and he was with us yesterday and with us every Wednesday here on TMA. He wrote that following the team's 4-2 loss Tuesday, Drew Bannister said, "We did some good things, and there's things we have to correct. We've got to find ways to win hockey games right now, whether the bounces are going for us. We're going to work for those bounces to go our way," end quote. As soon as I posted Bannister's post-game remarks on social media, the replies came fast and furious, more furious than fast. "Fire Bannister, hire Montgomery." JR goes on to write, "I'm not going to tell fans how to feel, and at this point, I have no idea what the Blues are thinking. But with the current state of the club, which has led to this speculation just 2 months into Bannister's full-time tenure, I want to refresh everyone on how General Manager Doug Armstrong has said he views the retool. I think this exercise will help provide some context to the on-ice decisions that have been made this season, and it could also provide us with some context to the off-ice decisions the organization will make regarding the head coach. This is a retool, right? Well, it was. The Blues acknowledged it last season, and fans have come to grips with it, even some welcoming it. But the tone seemed to change in training camp when Armstrong addressed the media. I went back Wednesday and listened to his press conference from September with the additions of Broberg and Holloway, and he just said this: "We've changed the outlook of our team. We have a lot of NHL caliber players now that have a lot of experience at a young age in our group right now, and I think we are in a good spot now where we expect to compete. I think we have a chance to be a highly competitive team. I know they're ready for the challenge to get back and push with the team that were ahead of them last year and become part of that group, and I think we can do that," end quote. Make no mistake, Armstrong wanted to compete this season. You don't ask your owners to spend to the NHL's cap with $88 million and make decisions with the notion that missing the postseason is okay. So, along those lines, even though it may not look like it, does that lend itself to Montgomery, who I know is a fan of St. Louis. His wife is from St. Louis, and it's very easy to do the calculus on when Drew Bannister was hired and how it coincided with the Leafs losing to the Bruins and not the other way around, which could have led to what happened with Montgomery on Tuesday happening back in April. Would the Blues have gone the Montgomery route then? So the question I have for you, gentlemen, is do you think that this thing is in play?
Sure, I think it is. I think Montgomery's a guy that most teams would be interested in if they were looking for a coach. He was coach of the year in the league 2 years ago, and he also played for the River Otters, so you would want that on your resume if you're going to coach the Blues.
The River Otters.
Played for the River Otters. Yeah, I would think that they would have to be disappointed with the first month or so of the season and the way it's going, the way it's trending. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they signed Montgomery.
This is sort of the Army firing season, November, December. I want to say Mike Yeo got it in November-ish.
That is correct, and Berube was December.
Berube was in December-ish, so it is sort of the firing season. I think they're...
So you think when Thanksgiving rolls around, the
Army gets itchy? Yeah, this time of year.
Gets out the carving knife.
But I don't think it's happening yet. I think Armstrong is still believing in Bannister for a little longer to make sure he think. But going back to JR's point, I don't think you can tell ownership or your fan base, hey, guess what? We'll miss the playoffs for a third straight year. Just hang in there. We've got a plan here. I think eventually people are like, well, what is this plan again? Because 3 straight years of sitting out the postseason is historic for the Blues. I think it'll be the second time that it's ever happened. And so I think Armstrong wisely said, well, you know what? We got these new guys. Maybe we are in the playoff mix. And if you believe that and you know your fans and your ownership is anxious for it, Montgomery is a more highly regarded coach. Can he come in and change things? That's what you have to sort of ask internally. I think he'd be willing to wait it out, Montgomery, wait a couple of weeks. He's not taking a job tomorrow. And just see if this thing really starts to nosedive. Then I think Armstrong thinks seriously about, okay, is Montgomery a guy who can significantly change our fortunes just by walking in the door? And if he doesn't think it's enough, that the roster's not good enough, then you don't do it. But I think the two would have mutual interest for sure.
A couple of important pieces of information in JR's column, which you can read at theathletic.com. Robert Thomas and Pavel Buchnevich were, quote, disappointed when he left for the job in Boston, but he also knew that it was a great career opportunity. Craig Berube yesterday talked about him and said, I know Monty personally. We brought him into St. Louis to work with us for a couple of years, and he was fantastic. He's a very intelligent coach on both sides of the puck. I think him coming into St. Louis, I found Monty was very, very responsible on the defensive side of things. He actually ran our PK that year, and he was very good on that side of things. And then JR notes that, you have a unique situation with Armstrong stepping down for Steen here, and that therefore it's going to have to be a long-term move with a lot of runway. And he wraps up the column by saying this: will Armstrong stick with Bannister, or will Montgomery's availability make it, quote, just not possible? If the GM believes the Blues will be more competitive this year and better in the long term, a reunion may not be out of the question. That's Jeremy Rutherford this morning on The Athletic. Bernie Federko is going to join us on the other side of the break. We'll talk it over with him. That's coming your way next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. The 8 o'clock hour sponsor is Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, a program that welcomes you to stream anytime via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app and TMA STL app. It's Thursday, and that means we're talking it over here on the program with Bernie Federko, who joins us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Bernie. How are you doing?
Morning, Tim. I'm really good, thanks.
Good to talk it over with you. Well, the topic we were just discussing is Jim Montgomery losing his gig in Boston, and of course, time in St. Louis, player and coach, and recently, for that matter, and a hell of a coach in Boston. So much so that he won the Coach of the Year award. But the situation in Boston, both with the roster and the way the team has played early on in the season, was not what the Bruins fans were expecting. Were you surprised that they parted ways with him on Tuesday?
Well, they had to do something there. I mean, it's clear that when you watch the Bruins, that's not the same Bruins team that we've seen over the course of the last few years. Yeah. I mean, to be stuck in a hole they are right now, and it seems really the coach seems to be always the fall guy. So, yeah, I was somewhat surprised that especially when you look at his record, as you said, he was Coach of the Year, won Jack Adams a couple of years ago. I mean, the Bruins just came off 2 seasons, 135 points 2 years ago, 109 or whatever last year, and to be in the hole they're in right now. I mean, I guess the players have just kind of, it comes to a time where they shut the coach out. You just can't hear what he's saying anymore, I guess. But, I mean, maybe there's more to it there, but certainly I was a little surprised that they did let Jimmy go. But then again, they always seem to have the coaches go first before anything else when there's troubles.
What did he do here that players seem to really like? He seems to have a really great rep. He was only here a couple of years, but they still talk about it. What do you remember about his impact?
Yeah, Martin, he's just a good guy. I mean, I think you always like to play for the good guys. I mean, very personable, a guy that will sit down and talk with you and discuss what's going on, whether it's good or bad. I mean, I think that communication is so important when it comes with a coach. And, you know, he's somewhat of a young guy. He had a great career coaching in college as well. And I think with the new kids keep coming up, and there's so many young kids in the league now that I think that Jimmy was, I think, in tune with what the young mind thinks now. And I think that really, really helped him. But I think the overall thing is that you like playing for a good guy. He was a good guy, and I'm sure that he'll find his way very quickly into another team, because when you have that success as a coach and you're still young, you're going to get a lot of opportunities.
Was the shelf life on coaches always this short? Like when you played, was it every couple of years the team would just tune somebody out? It just seems like in hockey more than any other sport, they just shuffle them in, shuffle them out, and we always hear the same thing. Well, they were tuning out the message.
Yeah, it seems that way, and I don't know if maybe it's hockey more so, but I mean, once you're in, you're in. I mean, you're just going to be recycled to another team. I mean, I think that's the way it works. So it's not that he's going to be out of a job, but yeah, maybe that's what it is. But I mean, I don't see it. I mean, we went through years. I mean, it seems we had a coach I had Emil Francis to start, then was Bart for quite a few years, Jacques Demers. So I mean, I only went through in the red. So there's only 3 or 4, but it seems when your expectations are high as an organization, as a team, and I think management kind of jumps on the coach quicker than anybody else. I mean, it's a lot easier to move a coach, and when there's 23 players on a roster, I guess it makes a lot more sense to try to move the coach first before you start shuffling around players and trying to find trade bait and do all the things that you have to do to make deals. So I guess, yeah, maybe so in hockey, it's easier to do than the other sports.
Do you ever have a desire to coach yourself, Bernie?
No.
Boy, that's one of the quickest answers in the history of interviews.
Why not?
That's the quickest answer.
Why not?
You know what? When I was finished playing, being on the ice every day and having to go down to the rink and do the same thing over and over and over, to me, I had enough of it. And as I got away from it, I still love the game, and I think the way I've been able to watch hockey and be a broadcaster with it, I'm around it, yet I'm not having to be there every day or being on the ice and spending that 2 hours or whatever it is, whether it's a practice or not. So for me, it was kind of one of those things. I mean, I just didn't want to be on the ice every day, and I think that as a player and then becoming a coach, coaching is not an easy thing, as we all say, and as we all know, is that, I mean, these guys spend hours and hours, and not only preparing but being at the rink and doing the little things, and of course talking to players, communication, getting ready for the next game, all the preparation, all that stuff. So it's a big job, and that really didn't interest me from the time that I finished playing.
And you wrote about it in your book, Bernie, but your friendship with Brian Sutter changed dramatically when he became the coach because he took on a different persona. I just wonder if some of that, too, is you have to be kind of the bad guy at times. I mean, I'm correct, right, in remembering it that way?
Yeah, Martin, that's absolutely it. You know, you have to cut your ties with the players that you're with. I mean, you go from one side of the spectrum to the other. I mean, you're the boss now. You become from being just one of the guys in the locker room, one guy with one of 23 saves or 1 in 20, whatever it is on the team, and then all of a sudden now you're making the decisions and for the players, and it's your job as a coach to decide who's in the lineup, who's out of the lineup. Coach rewards the players by giving them more ice time, and that's kind of the way it is. And so, yeah, you have to take on a whole different personality, a whole different look, and it's just the way it is, I guess. And I think in hockey more so than any other sports, the line is there, and you can't cross the line once you become part of the coaching staff. You're now on that side, and you can't come back to the other side.
Do you think it's difficult, too, for star players to be coaches? I know Gretzky tried it for a while before he got out, but for the most part, it's usually not the all-star Hall of Fame type players that become coaches.
You know, Doug, I've always had this explained to me this way, is that the really good players really have a grasp of what's supposed to happen out there, and they really kind of know the game inside out, and they when they make a mistake, they understand it, they know it before they even make it, and when they come to the bench, no one has to tell them that. And I think for the really good players to become coaches now, you have to put yourself in the mindset of some of the players that don't understand that quickly. So, I mean, you can't judge a player because he made the mistake of 20 or 30 times. That just, he's maybe not the way the really great players are. They already understand that. So I think that's the hardest thing. Yes. So I think it makes it more difficult for the really, really good player to become a coach because he's doesn't think the same way that everybody else does. And I think it makes it more difficult to I guess, forgive and forget or to understand why the guy made that mistake.
I guess
that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess also there's a thing where if you are a great player, everybody loves you, even in retirement. For the rest of your life, everybody loves you. If you become a coach and you have a couple bad teams, now you're just another bum.
Yeah, but what if you really do a good job as a coach? Then you really are a hero.
Yeah,
if you win it all, you know what? Once you win it all, you've always got that, on your on your bookshelf that you won it all. You've got the cup, and you were the big guy at the top that got it all done. So I mean, it goes both ways with that.
Yeah, I mean those 2016 Cubs, the 2019 Blues. Craig Berube's already a god here. I mean, imagine if he pulled it off with the Leafs, what that would be like.
I agree with that, Tim. Whoever is going to be coaching the team in Toronto, when and if they ever win another Stanley Cup, it's going to be a hero for the rest of their lives.
I never understood the player coach because, like in the NBA, they would do that for a while, and I would call, if I called a time, I'd be like, "Okay, guys, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to draw up a play for me, and we're going to get the ball to me because I'm the coach." I think didn't Bill Russell
did it,
and I feel like the Celtics had a couple of player coach. I think in hockey it happened. Maybe didn't Don Kessinger do it with the White Sox manager? See, here's the lineup, guys.
Pete Rose. Pete Rose is perhaps the most famous.
Yeah,
for a number of reasons.
Isn't that crazy to think like you're in charge, but you're also a player? Hey guys, you want to go out tonight? No, coach, we don't want to go out. Not with you. That would be. Anyway.
Well, it's funny, Martin, because when I started in Kansas City when I was in the minors, Bark Flaker was our player coach too. So. It was a little different. I mean, that was the first time and the only time that I'd ever had a player coach. But Bark was different. I mean, because, he actually went into the coach's room in between periods, but he came back out. He acted like a coach for the most part. I mean, he didn't come out with us or anything. I mean, he was still the coach, but to have him playing with us and lead by example, and he still played like it didn't matter whether he was coaching or not, because I mean, he didn't put himself above anybody else. He wasn't putting himself as the power play guy or any of that. He was just the guy that was there, but he was still such a big part he could still play. And actually, I had more fun playing for him than any other time, because of the respect you had for him being a National Hockey League player for so long, and all of a sudden he's down in the minors with us playing and giving his heart and soul. He really taught us an awful lot. But that was kind of a different situation as what you're talking about. If you're coaching at a major league level, and well, I would be penciled myself either on the power play too.
Coach Federko just listed player Federko on the top line.
Bernie Federko with us every Thursday here on TMA. Blues and Sharks tonight here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7 p.m. Pregame 6 p.m. Bernie, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you for the perspective as well, and have a wonderful day. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, fellas. You guys, too.
That's Bernie Federko with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's 101 ESPN. The show is The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And James Carlton is a longtime sponsor of this show, and I am now a longtime client of James. He is online at carltoninsurance.net. Big Missouri fan and involved in the NIL. But as an insurance agent, he is second to none. And I made the switch to him 5.5 years ago, and I'm so thrilled that I did, because the customer service, the proactive nature of James and his staff is why I'm so happy that I made that switch. You'll see 400 5-star reviews for James Carlton and his staff right in Webster Groves. You call during business hours at 314-961-4800. You are going to talk to somebody working for James in the St. Louis area. No call centers, no emails that don't get responded to for a couple of days. That's not the way that it works. That's not how you get 400 5-star reviews. James's business is customer service, and that is why so many TMA listeners have made the switch over the years. Make the switch. They'll do all the paperwork for you. It's James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN.
I love giving gifts, but I hate the gift-giving season because I never know what to get anybody, and I love this idea. It's me time with a gift card to Massage Envy, and that way your friend, your loved one, they can decide for themselves. Do they want to spend that gift card on a massage, a facial, or a stretch session? They can decide with a little me time from Massage Envy. And right now, what a great deal. Until December 31st, when you spend $150 on gift cards, you'll get a free $40 promo card that you can keep for yourself or add it to someone's gift. So you spend the $150, get an additional $40. I love this idea. People always enjoy a massage, especially somebody who's stressed out by the holidays. It's the perfect gift. It's me time from Massage Envy. And this deal goes until December 31st, so no excuse. Check some folks off your list by getting those gift cards. Massage Envy, where better begins. They offer good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details.
Get the mic closer.
Agreed.
And some Kenyan arrows. I'm out. Adios, amigos.
We bought this stuff on everything, our burgers and our fries, and don't forget your chicken wings. Help us celebrate today. This one's for the mayo.
What's going on here?
There you have it.
There you have it. You just heard it. There you have it.
Okay.
Best thing out there right now.
Newsy Awards, speaking of which, coming up on Saturday. And Martin, you had a chance to sit down with Bob Costas yesterday, an interview that we will see in its entirety on the 2 Fox Sunday night?
Sunday night, yeah. Well, longer form. Tim, we like to do longer form on Sunday night. Yeah, we go 6-7 minutes, which is unheard of in television.
Yeah, I agree. That is, and especially in 2024. Jackson, you have you've pulled the audio. What do we have here, sir? There's so many different angles. Which angle did you choose as your number one ranked clip?
This is him on the criticism he was getting late in his career calling baseball.
You love baseball. That's well documented. You announced you're not going to be doing games anymore. Was that hard?
It's always poignant to some extent when you step away from something that's meant a lot to you. But it wasn't a difficult decision because it was based on my own standard. And in the last couple of years, I just felt I couldn't consistently meet that standard.
Did the criticism sting? Were you aware of some of it?
You can't help but be aware of some of what's out there. It's in the atmosphere, but it had no effect on the decision. It was kind of a new experience for me, though, because generally speaking, for a very long time, critics and public response has been very kind.
Did you feel fortunate? And maybe now you're more outspoken with some of your social views or political thoughts. Do you think that changes how they even view your sports work?
I think there's some. For some people, yes, because I've heard, I used to love him as a sports broadcaster. Now I can't stand him for this reason or that, okay? I'm not deterred by that. Yeah, but in this world, no one gets out unscathed.
Bob Costas.
I do enjoy that summation. No one gets out unscathed. You know, in the TV world, you're always looking for that perfect ending. I think that was it for Bob.
Jackson acknowledges that he's attracted to Eric in the Central West End, but doesn't find him attractive. Is that what it is?
Yes.
This is a complete change of topic.
I have a feeling I know where this text is going to go.
Costas sabotaged his career by being a woke loser. He effing sucks. That's some Jackson. You're attracted to him, but you don't find him attractive, or you find him attractive
physically.
You notice that, Martin? You heard physically 3 times.
Well, that's the big one, isn't it? Physically.
Depends.
Is this a reverse? Because I feel like earlier it was somebody that you admitted was attractive, but you were not attracted to, and this one is
Marsh.
And
Same idea.
Okay,
this is a coworker.
Well, I feel like Tim. No, I think
produces Fastlane.
Tim flipped this one to say you are,
and now he's acknowledging that
you are attracted to, even though you don't find them attractive, is what he said.
Yeah.
Oh well, I misheard.
Okay.
Because I definitely.
I think Tim was trying to do a little gotcha journalism there.
Yeah, I see what you're.
I've already got today.
Yeah, you did get got in the 7 o'clock hour. So there is an example of a listener who expresses what you were asking Bob Costas about, Martin.
I do think the event Saturday where you have, I've never been to the Musial Awards, but Billy Crystal conducting the interview with Costas will make it a little more lighthearted. They've got Salvador Perez getting an award. The story there is interesting because he was driving to a Royals game.
I've seen the video.
And the kids are playing wiffle ball. And Joel Goldberg, who does the Royals pre and post game, has always said this guy is the best, like the most fun player. And you can see it when he's interviewed and you're around him. Just seems to just have this joy about being a professional, which we always thought, you're making millions of dollars to play baseball. Why would you be miserable? And many of them are. But Salvador Perez, by all accounts, just a great guy, and saw these kids playing wiffle ball, got out of the car and just started playing with them. It's a great story. So he'll be there. Larry Fitzgerald, the longtime receiver, and I don't know if it's a specific moment or he's always well regarded. I think a pretty classy guy. Yeah. He's being honored. And a list of others, Tim. That's what you say when you don't know the whole.
You say a list of others.
A list of others.
Too many to mention.
A list of others.
Jackson, Eric in the Central West End says most relationships start on a physical level. Libby, Jack, and I probably could have something. So, And he says also that no doubt Karen Costas is what he's calling Bob Costas now. Karen Costas will get booed Saturday at the Music Awards. Do you think that's going to happen?
I don't think that's the crowd.
No.
They actually have tissues in the seats for people to
I go
cry.
to places like that.
They do?
No, they'll be crying.
They won't.
No, there are tissues there because people will cry. Some of the
What are
stories.
they crying about?
You haven't heard the story yet, Doug, of this little girl from Oregon collected marbles for 4 years and sold them to help the children of Honduras.
Doesn't make me weep.
Well, it might.
I'm happy for her.
You didn't see the finished product.
Okay.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood, your 2023 Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year says, Libby Martin just moved to Kansas City, a jackass. That's from Chairman
Libby
Stephen Wildwood.
Martin.
Yep.
So I'm a lib because I interviewed Costas, and I think
Guilty by association.
I think Salvador Perez is a good guy.
Hey, Martin, who oozes more Marxism when you speak to them? Libby Jack or Short King Costas? That's from Little Tommy Tribbins and Doug. He's on a tricycle out in the parking lot right there.
I saw a moment ago.
Yeah.
The question for me would be, how much does it bother you? And when you're well-established, Joe Bach, Bob Costas, Al Michaels, you're making millions of dollars, you're flying on private jets largely, and then you find out people online are mad at you. I'm sure it hurts a little bit. And then the driver comes in the Bentley and picks you up, and you're like, I think I'm kind of over it. And everybody wants to have a strong approval rating, but nobody gets out unscathed.
Yeah, Doug, you've mentioned this before. If everybody likes you, you probably haven't said anything.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you haven't taken a stand.
Right.
Especially with anything political now.
Right.
Remember when Nick Bosa wore a Trump hat or something in the background of somebody's interview? Huge story. And now some of it's going the other way. I don't know why it has to be that way, but it is. If you show support for a Republican, people come at you. If you show support for a Democrat, now people feel like they can come at you for that too.
How about this? People really do think he's going to get booed. I'm
not at that event.
Not at that event. I wouldn't think so. But this person texting in from the 314, he will get booed. Unfortunately, Taylor Swift's lookalike got booed at the Blues game. Was anybody at the Blues game?
Yeah, I don't think the Blues game and the usual crowd.
I don't know. I mean, I don't recall hearing about that until I saw that text.
It's hilarious,
Did they forget that Ryan O'Reilly wore a Chiefs helmet on the ice during the All-Star game?
I don't think it's related to the Chiefs. I think it has to do with her being of liberal views. Yeah. So she got booed.
Yeah, what were you doing there with the Chiefs helmet?
Well, she's dating Travis Kelce.
Right. But I mean, she wasn't when O'Reilly was wearing the...
Right. But I thought this was Chiefs Kingdom over here.
I don't think the
I see what you're saying.
The Musial Award crowd is not going to be a bunch of 20-something beer-drinking trolls screaming at the people on the stage. It won't be that.
People are dumb.
Yeah.
I also really screwed up on the show when we had Jig Jam. Remember the Irish guys that were in here a week or so ago? I looked at my phone after the interview, and my nephew Brendan said, don't forget to ask them about hanging at Ryan O'Reilly's house in Nashville, because they've been to his house a couple, and they just sit around and jam with Ryan O'Reilly because he's into playing music. Yeah. So the Jig Jam guys are buddies with Ryan O'Reilly, and I forgot to bring it up.
You left that putt out there.
Well, I saw it on my phone after the interview ended.
Bring him back in.
Is nephew Brendan in the alliance?
Nephew Brendan may not be aware of the alliance, but I can pull him in.
Yeah,
he's a really big hockey guy, though.
He talked about what a great guy Salvador Perez is. Ryan O'Reilly was like the perfect human, too. He was the real deal. He really was a wonderful guy.
Yeah, agreed on that. But as I would imagine all of us would agree who've been around hockey players, what 99% of them are. I mean, I realize he's a Conn Smythe winner, so he's at a different level.
You notice it more when they're the star player.
Absolutely.
I always told people, if they said, what kind of athletes do you enjoy dealing with? And there's plenty of great baseball players who are friendly and fun to be around. Maybe part of it's the grind of the 162, locker rooms open in the pregame, the postgame. But I said my analogy would be, if a Blues player loses Game 7 of the Stanley Cup and takes a puck to the head and it's still lodged in their skull, and you said, could you do a quick live shot with me outside? And they'd say, sure, when? 5 minutes. But we're over by the Zamboni because we couldn't run a cable all the way here to the locker room. Yeah, that's fine.
I'll get the bleeding to stop.
And that's the hockey player, like, okay, I'll be there. Just give me a minute. Okay. And then the baseball player, You just won the World Series and you hit a walk-off grand slam. Could you do a quick? No.
Why do you think that is?
Can we run the cable into the locker room? We'll do it right here at your locker room. No.
Now, I do share your opinion on this. Of course, is not across the board, but for those of us who have dealt with athletes, I think you would probably hear most people say that that is the case. My question is, why is it that way?
I think a lot of it is peer pressure in the baseball locker room. If you're seen as a guy always doing the interviews, nice to the media, other people tend to think that you're wanting to get the attention for yourself, or you're Mr. TV or something. There's a lot of peer pressure with that. Baseball is also a very individualized sport where your team can win, and if you're 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, you're still pretty upset. But whereas if you're on a hockey team and you win, you probably didn't score. You might have given up a goal or two, but you still won. You still contributed something.
It is a strange mindset. I talked about Kevin Carter when he was on the Rams. We were talking about this. He was asking me, who do you enjoy interviewing? What type of player? What sport? And he said, that's so interesting about the baseball. He said, at the University of Florida, he said, the football players are in the weight room working out. He said, the baseball guys would come in and say, get out. And Carter goes, we paid for this. Who do you think pays for all this nice stuff around here? Because it's the football program. But he said he dealt with that at the collegiate level.
Wonder what that's about.
I don't know. I don't know if there's an entitlement thing that the younger play, like your daddy says you're the best, and in the other sports are like, get out there and tough it out.
Was that a shot at me right there?
A little loosely.
My son started playing hockey last year, and I can't even skate, but I loved it because I'm like, hey, I know it's a good culture, for lack of a better term, to be around growing up in that team setting. And I was BSing probably with some of the guys at one of the kids' skates about exactly what we're talking about, and they did actually play. And their theory is because, especially around a non-Canadian setting where perhaps you can just go out and skate when you're at a young age, because there are those occasional places where you're going to be able to play on ponds. Here, if you want to have ice time, you're going to be skating, especially at that age. He was 6 at the time. Getting up at 5 in the morning. And so parents are very involved, and not necessarily in the my son needs to be playing way, but the parents have to be able to get them there and dress them. And then therefore there's more parental involvement. And then that plays away in the upbringing.
Oh, yeah. And all the road trips you take.
Yeah, the road trips,
the long drives. And hockey's an expensive sport to play. So you're probably have a slightly more upscale family base than some of the other sports.
That was Brett Hull's Hall of Fame speech, where he saluted all the moms, the dads who got up at 5 a.m., who had ice time at 11 p.m. It was really a good, and I know that's pretty common, that theme, but I enjoyed Brett doing that at the Hall of Fame speech, saying, there are all of you out there that know what it's like when you got a kid playing hockey. I mean, people listening, if your son or daughter's playing hockey now, you might have a 10 p.m. practice at Afton, and your kid's 9 years old. You're like, you do what you got to do.
That's just the deal.
Got to get the ice time. Tim, you could just put a pond in your backyard like they do in Canada.
I guess I could.
I don't think you could play hockey without your parents. You could get a bunch of kids in the neighborhood and go play basketball or football or baseball, but you can't really do that with hockey. You need a ride somewhere, and you need someone to buy the equipment for you and give you a ride back home. And you need all that.
I've had PR guys for the Blues say, if there's a player that is difficult, and it does happen, I would say, wow. And they're like, yeah, I know. Because it's so rare that somebody doesn't want to do an interview or doesn't want to be helpful. And the PR people are like, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's kind of a surprise.
Arbor Day, who won the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year in 2023, says, it's not Taylor Swift. Blues fans boo their own wives. It's how Hoosiers express emotion. You should hear the drop-off line at Vianney in the morning. Those Oakville moms just let their kids have it. That's from Arbor Day. Doug, have you heard anything about the drop-off line at Vianney?
No. The Oakville mothers yell at their own kids as they walk away to school?
Arbor Day did win the Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year, and that's some credibility.
What year was that, Tim?
2023, you're right.
Okay, pretty recent.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Hey.
So we boo the ones, if we're Hoosiers, we boo the ones we love the most.
So Taylor Swift actually got a cheer when she was at the Blues game. Well, this was Taylor Swift's
look-alike. This poor girl had nothing to do with
Does
it.
Does anybody know the story of this? I had never heard. Have you heard that story, Doug?
I've not.
Martin, have you heard that story?
No, let's call Bernie back.
Could it be made up? It's made up, right?
Bernie. If I had to take If I had to take a guess, the Blues in game do like the celebrity look-alike. And I just, I think the Bluesers just aren't a fan of old T Swift.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. They just don't like Taylor Swift or like the guy who was yelling at Jason Kelsey. But I would love to know the person getting booed if they're like, God, that's my daughter. She did nothing wrong. I've always thought that was a dangerous endeavor when they zoom. Let's say they have a picture of Meatloaf, the fat singer, and then they go to a guy sitting in the stands. Like, what if he's highly offended?
Doesn't matter.
Does the phone line blow up the next day? People are like, I didn't want to be on there. You showed me and made me look stupid.
I think that's the best part of the Blues.
I enjoy it a lot.
Some of them are so good. It makes me wonder if they didn't take a video of the guy before they actually did the video presentation, because there's always someone in the seat. The person is always, when they show a look-alike, there can't be that many different people that look exactly like the person you're trying to copy on the video screen. I just wonder if
they react live.
Yeah, they do.
They'll kind of wave at the camera or kind of cover their face, embarrassed. What I think they must do, and this is sort of in the weeds, but I've always thought about this, they must spend a lot of time during the first period saying, okay, we need somebody that looks like Bill Murray. What do you got? What do you got? Okay, there's the guy. What section is that? But then when you go to do it, what if the guy's in the bathroom? Like, oh, we lost our Bill Murray guy. Where'd he go?
But they never are. They're almost always great lookalikes.
The best is when they show the celebrity and then the celebrity's actually there. And it's they'll
J.K. Simmons has been one of those.
Right.
He seems like he's at a number of sporting events.
Right.
Doug, you remember him from Whiplash. And Jackson said it should have won Best Picture. Was that 2013?
I don't know. 14. I think that was Birdman.
Martin, 2014?
He did a lot of insurance commercials.
That's the guy, yep.
Yeah,
I enjoyed that movie, but it was uncomfortable. He was so brutal, so mean.
So good, though. One of the best endings of a contemporary movie.
As far as identifying,
it is. It's really
goodorbad.com.
Contemporary movie.
That's just a modern movie.
Doug, you've been to a ton of sporting events. Have you ever been on Kiss Cam?
That's a great question.
I have not.
Would you like to be?
No.
Like what if you and your stepfather went to the game?
That'd be different, wouldn't it?
That'd be different.
I got a couple of tickets. You want to go?
I don't have a stepfather.
He just got invited to the game by Chairman Kurt.
Begging for tickets, begging for someone to go to the game with him.
For smooches.
I was in the truck, the Fox truck, when Buck and Aikman were doing Thursday night football for a while on Fox. We were doing a whole piece about them, and we're in the truck in Chicago, and they're in a commercial break. And the activity, the chaos in the production truck is really it is interesting to watch. And the producer says, coming out of the break, we got to show some big wrestler was there. And it was tying in with Fox's SmackDown on Friday. So they're like, we got to get a shot of where is he, Big Billy, whoever he was.
Big Billy.
I have no idea who he was. And the assistant producer, there's all these people. He's in section 242, row 10. And they're zooming this camera. And they're like, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Like, do we have him? And they're like, I don't see him. And somebody yells in the back, he's got a Bears head on. And the producer goes, they're all wearing Bears hats. And then they're like, Joe's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? They're like, stand by. They're like, are we going to Billy? They're like, stand by. And Joe's like, hey, welcome back to Soldier Field.
And when you watch it's all very smooth.
Yes, and they never went to Big Billy or Billy. But my favorite part is when they said he's wearing a Bears hat. And then the main producer goes, they're all wearing Bears hats.
Well, they're all Wisconsin players. J.K. Simmons was great as a prison top in the HBO show about prison. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug, did you think he was a great top?
I didn't see the picture.
Man,
although it was one of the
TV show.
Contemporary.
Was he a great top?
To Doug's point, it was kind of the first of the prestige television shows.
I made that point.
Contemporary films and prestige television shows.
Yeah,
Stop talking like this.
It was one of HBO's first. But he is.
Why do you have to talk down to us?
I don't mean to. If I come across that way, then my apologies.
You elites really do speak down to us.
Coastal elitists.
Coastal, yeah.
It's he is that portrayal is scary. That's like.
J.K. Simmons in Whiplash.
That and him in Oz, where he plays a white supremacist top.
Oh.
Who wants that text in?
Why do they always have to establish whether you're a top or a bottom?
Cut that off. That question been asked in 15 years of 101 ESPN.
Can't they just do a movie without a sex scene in prison?
Mike Ryder just walked into the studio back there. This is what he's walked into.
You can text in with your answer to Doug's question. 314-399-9646. Waffle Fries gives this anecdote from the Blues game. It was country music night a couple of weeks ago against the Utah Hockey Club SC. I enjoyed that. They did country music lookalikes, and I can confirm that the Taylor Swift lass got booed by the same people attempting to start the wave for half of the third period. That's from Waffle Fries. So there you go.
Is it possible that some of the boos come because she's just so big now that sooner or later people will turn on you?
No.
For whatever reason.
That was a Federico no. It was quick, without haste.
If they had Trace Atkins on the screen, they were just in a standing ovation, Doug.
But he's not near as big as Taylor Swift.
I'm not talking about their size.
Well, I'm talking about how big a star they are. I just wonder if she hasn't ascended to the highest level and now maybe that people will start tearing her down.
I think Chairman Kurt is correct. I think it has to do with their body of work and sort of maybe their political persuasion.
Waffle Fries detailing the occurrence that happened against Utah a couple weeks ago. Kids that play hockey want to play hockey. Parents aren't forcing their kids to socialize by spending the money and taking them to the rink in the winter at 6 a.m. That's a big component. Please let me finish. My ween is in a chastity cage.
What?
That's a recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
We don't need that.
And he owns this business, the EDF Group. Do you want to support the EDF Group and text like that? As a sponsor of TMA, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is Hyatt and will prevent your facility from having Hyatt fires. Experience the EDF Group difference or more at theedfgroup.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson's on the ones and twos and using big words. Chairman Kurt is asking Doug on a date to the Sharks game tonight. It's all happening here on TMA, presented to you by Brown & Croup and Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Bucks defeat the Bulls last night, 122-106. Giannis with 41 points and 9 boards. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, you're right. It's gotten away from us. Jackson just did a SportsCenter update, usually scheduled for the bottom of the hour at exactly the top of the hour.
We're a half hour behind.
That's exactly right.
Oh, what will we do? What will we do?
So I think we have had 2 firsts here in this Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Doug asking why do they always have to establish top or bottom, and then Jackson doing the SportsCenter update for 8:30 at 9 o'clock. So making history here on the program. Plus, Martin has a surprise guest that he says is either going to be really great or really terrible, the ultimate Delta.
I stand by that comment. Jackson, what do you think? Agreed?
Yeah.
Oh, you know about it. The Alliance gets to find out who these surprise guests are.
You wouldn't believe the waiting list to get on this.
Surprise guest coming in.
I'm still waiting for a lot of them to get back to me. That's the waiting list.
Send your emails in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. You can always go back and podcast this program via the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app. Those apps are brought to you by Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. SchaeferDoor.com is spelled this way, SCHAEFER door.com. You can call or text 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installations. And they set aside times on Monday mornings because they know a number of people will have their garage door springs break over the weekend. So they want to make sure they can tend to customers right away on Monday mornings. SchaeferDoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of our apps here on 101 ESPN and TMA STL. 9 o'clock hour coming your way. It's brought to you by the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance. Martin will have his surprise guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 9:30. And I am being ghosted by somebody who has turned down an OnlyFans opportunity. And I'll tell you who and why after the break. You like that tease right there?
You don't have to
pitch.
laugh.
Thank you, Chairman Kurt. And then you have the giggle as you throw it to break.
Immediate laughter.
I'm just telling you what it was. That's what's coming up. Thank you, Martin. It's coming your way. This is TMA. It's presented by Brian and Krupp on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the show. Jackson's on the ones and twos. You can text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text line, watch the program, participate in the chat. Don Peepee's in there talking to Severo the Goblin and the Walrus King.
Oh, Severo. I like the name Severo the Goblin.
Yeah. They're talking about Jackson sharing a bed with Lisa Ann in Jamaica in January. Was that January of 2023?
Yes.
23 or 22?
23.
23.
Was it?
We just got to Hubbard in January of 2022.
Right.
And then Jackson shared the bed with Lisa Ann in January of 2023.
And how'd that go for you?
It was great. I had a great time.
Oh.
Nothing. No.
Gosh.
No. Wrong.
So you had a great time sleeping?
Yeah, a comfy bed.
And didn't you guys build a fort or something?
No.
Pillow fort.
No, I just kind of crawled into the corner. Like I think I've said this before. If the bed was the United States, I was in Maine and maybe creeping a little bit into Vermont, and I gave her the rest of the Continental.
Oh. What? And you slept face down in the pillow.
Yes. Well, that's how I sleep everywhere.
Did she raise concerns about that you might not live through the night?
I briefed her beforehand that that's how I sleep, and don't worry, I am not dead. That's just how I sleep. I sleep like in the ostrich buries their head in the ground.
Right.
That's kind of how I sleep.
Jeff R., there's a war going on, I guess, between the 101 ESPN YouTube chat and the TMA STL YouTube chat. Wow, those people in the 101 ESPN chat are feisty. Took no effort to stir the pot over there on that side of the river. And John Score says they hate their lives.
Damn. Which river?
I don't know. Chairman Kurt, are you monitoring? Chairman Kurt monitors the social media channels along with Doug's prison wallet.
I haven't been over into that chat today. I think I've changed them from Hillsborough to downtown St. Louis now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
And is the TMA YouTube chat still 63109?
Yeah.
All right.
Is there a lot of blight going on in that chat? Because we're downtown now.
There's not as much going on as in some other places.
Tumbleweed blowing past. Doug, perhaps the person who has experienced the most fame in a short amount of time is from St. Louis. Her name is Sydney Thomas, and she became mainstream on Friday evening during the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight. And her father is Todd Thomas, who many may know from Busch Stadium as that one guy. And he's been doing that for
long time. Yeah, 20 years.
It goes back to the 90s? I feel like it might. I feel like it might. I don't know. Martin, you know him, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get. You did that time and date thing that Joe calls annoying, I think.
I think annoying is. I think there's so many traits that I have that are annoying. It's tough to really.
I'd say
do
it
a
goes back to the
Rushmore.
old Bush, but maybe like 02-ish. I'm gonna guess
97.
Shipped it
or
again.
97.
Yeah, you just don't.
How did you? Hold on. How did? Oh, I think you just said that to appease Tim.
No, it's on thatoneguy.com.
Okay.
Did you make that?
Now I'm starting to wonder.
No, it's from at Todd, that one guy on.
Okay,
I don't call
there
it
you go.
Twitter.
Okay, that's why I'm in this alliance with Chairman Kurt. So Sydney Thomas and I, along with Todd, we were texting over the weekend. Wanted to get her on the program. I mean, she has become. Everybody was talking about her on Friday night, way more so than the magic that was the Tyson-Jake Paul fight. Doug, with the celebrity and with her appearance comes this. Don't expect to see ring girl Sydney Thomas on OnlyFans anytime soon. Over the weekend, Thomas went viral when fans noticed her during the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight, which was streamed by nearly 100 million people on Netflix. Now it's up to 100 million? It was 60. And this is just Netflix saying this.
I saw where they determined the women's fight was the most watched female sporting event of all time.
Has an independent source said that, or is it net? Because
Netflix was all over the news yesterday or the day before.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I saw Netflix tweet out that they had 60 million people on Saturday or Sunday.
Did you have cameras on the late night score? Because I'm thinking that would have been close.
Yeah, the fight that they had in the parking lot at Helen Fitzgerald's got 48 million.
100 million sounds insane.
Yeah, that's worldwide.
Pele Blanco texting in that Sydney's now up to 771,000 Instagram followers. She instantly became an internet sensation, gaining hundreds of thousands of followers overnight. We were going to have her on the program on Monday. She gave a reason that I'm not mocking at all. It's a real reason why she couldn't do it on Monday, hoping to still have her on the program. Now I feel like I'm getting into the weird part of being creepy 48-year-old guy texting 20-year-old, and it's, I mean, I realize it is my brand. and I lean into the brand, but at some point you just don't want to be annoying.
No.
And so I still like to have her on the program, but here's what's going on. People are creating fake OnlyFans accounts of her.
Oh, brother.
Days after going viral, Thomas wanted to let everyone know that she would not open an OnlyFans, but fans could find her on the subscription site Passes. This site does not feature nudity. Chairman Kurt, Jackson, are you guys familiar with Passes?
Never heard of it.
I've never heard of it. Okay.
Nope, haven't heard of it.
And a ton of OnlyFans pages have been made impersonating me. I do not have, nor plan to have, an account on OnlyFans. The only place I can chat directly with my fans is through my account on Passes. I didn't know that you could create fake OnlyFans accounts. I mean, I guess it stands to reason.
Just
why not?
Photoshop somebody.
And then people are paying to be part of...
Or they're fooled by it. They think it's real.
Yeah.
Good Photoshop.
I created a fake Tim.
And how's that doing?
Well,
Is it
it turned
hot?
out now
Is it
the
hot?
chairman he was already taken. I tried to take it. He already built.
You're operating a fake OnlyFans of mine?
I scour the internet for fake Tim accounts and get them washed immediately.
Get them washed.
Get them washed. I like that
Winners
term.
get washed.
It's true.
Tim's a winner.
I suppose if you set up an OnlyFans account and photoshopped a bunch of pictures of anybody, there'd be some sucker out there who would pay to subscribe to it.
Yeah, but I think once you got big enough, they could catch that and then just ban you.
Well, then you disappear and start another one under a different name.
So then these people can just create these accounts and get paid?
I can't imagine. Like,
I am asking you like you're the authority, which isn't fair. I'm kind of crowdsourcing here, I think.
Mm-hmm. But I from what I understand, like, if you were to start making actual money, like real income off of it, and it's not you and you're pretending to be somebody else, OnlyFans would step in and be like, hey, we got to get rid of this. Or the person,
yeah, they might, but the people have already made some cash.
The actual person, yeah, but then you might probably get in some legal issues doing that. I'd have to guess.
Next week.
Yeah.
If somebody had offered,
brownandcruppen.com.
If somebody had offered you guys $1 million or more to do some naked pictures when you were 22 years old, would you have done it?
Yes. How graphic can I be?
Oh, you can't spread your cheeks, I'll tell you that.
Clip that off.
I enjoy a little bit of wetness, too.
Oh, come on.
Jeff Abel, your coworker.
I started one and I got money to keep my clothes on. People would pay me not to
wear more.
Yes.
So I mean, I think that for real, she would make well more than $1 million. Now, it would be, but I mean, like the Cash Me Outside girl. Martin, you ever heard this?
What?
Take a listen to it. This, for real, of all of the dumb crap that's gone on over the last 5 to 10 years on social media, this one may be the one that not only fascinates me the most, but confuses me the most. The Cash Me Outside girl was on Dr. Phil, friend of the show, and she was getting sideways with the audience. Take a listen if you would.
Did you say the hoes are laughing?
Yep.
So the audience are a bunch of hoes?
Yep.
Was that a 5-year-old child?
She now goes by the name Bad Baby.
Yeah.
And I for real think, and I don't want to, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm inviting the correction. I think like $50 million.
That's what she claims. Like, that's what.
So this is like the Netflix 100 million viewers thing?
I think that there might be some, but I think she makes millions.
Yeah, according to Social Rise, she gets...
Social Rise, Martin.
Where are you pulling these sites?
4.3 million
Chairman, we can't see anything from Chairman Kurt. He could just be ad-libbing everything over there, making up his own
Kaiser
show.
Sose sitting behind
4.3 million
me.
a month.
How much is that?
4.3 a month.
Doug, we got to get makers.
No way. $4.3 million a month?
You're not going to sit here and go against Social Rise, right?
So $4.3 million a month?
Was she really that attractive that people just had to see her?
And I want to say this respectfully, that's one of the things that kind of surprises me about it.
Yeah.
So, operating on that premise, it's like the transitive property in college football. Does it work? I don't know. I don't know what Bad Baby's doing on OnlyFans. I have no idea if she's naked or not.
Talking Jets.
Or talking Jets takes, should Aaron Rodgers be benched? I would think Sidney Thomas would be able to have $5 million in the bank within like a couple weeks.
Yeah.
So it really does kind of put you to the test.
Yeah.
Well, what did Brianna make when she took advantage of an opportunity?
Oh, the teacher from what school was that? St. Clair, was that it?
Yeah.
And she was a regular on TMA. It became so popular that she was able to I think she became a millionaire in a matter of 24 hours.
Yeah, well,
she was the teacher who was let go from her job.
For bartending?
No, it was not for bartending. This was for having an OnlyFans account. So, yeah, so the question that you pose in good conscience, Doug, yeah, if she's 20, and if that was put in front of you, you know. But what the reason why it's getting attention is the OnlyFans fake accounts, and that's why there was a story written.
Do you think she is not coming? And I'm being serious. Doesn't want to come on this show because there's a lot of nonsense going on right now.
I don't think so. No, because I'm in a text with her and Todd. You know, it's not like
not that we would. I'm just saying maybe she's just dealing with a lot of headaches.
I'm sure she is. She has gone from being, you know, I mean, she was a social media influencer and whatever comes with that before that fight. But, you know, in order to get that gig, my understanding is they didn't just take anybody. I know people would probably mock this, but you had to have a certain GPA, and there were a bunch of ladies who wanted to be one of the 5 ring girls, and so it was a contest of sorts, so it was an accomplishment to get it. The fact that she turned into what she turned into truly in a matter of hours is not something that she was expecting. Who could? And so now her life is, you know, she's now in the center of the public. Doug, I don't know if you like this, but I think Jackson will. Watch this. Zeitgeist.
I don't like it. No, don't say that.
Can you spell it?
Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist. St. Louis U High 94. We've done more in 94. Thank you.
I hate that this I before E was always taught, and then there's so many exceptions. The English language is hard.
So now you would like us to speak Russian.
I guess I set myself up for that one.
Have you seen the movie Zelig? You ever seen that? The Woody Allen movie Zelig?
Goodorbad.com.
Don't know if I've seen that.
Well, this encyclopedia on goodorbad.com.
Check it out.
I see Yahoo Entertainment is reporting that Bad Baby has earned $57 million on OnlyFans since 2021.
Doug, we got to get nakers.
And this was the
tempting
Meow Girl.
Cash me outside.
She was 13 when that happened.
And what's the backstory? She liked to meow?
No, it had nothing to do with
That's
meowing.
Stingray. He's a Mississippi State fan.
Okay.
Totally different people.
Well, the audio with Dr. Phil, it sounded like she had a little meow voice. I thought that was what it was.
Right there. That's Stingray. He's a heavier gentleman who's about 40 who lives in Mississippi and adopted the Missouri Tigers during the magical season of 2021.
But if you went to the mall, you'd see 20 girls more attractive than Bad Baby.
Which again goes back to my confusion over the $50 million. And I also then continue to say, Doug, we got to get nakers.
Yeah,
maybe
I'm
she
about
does
ready with this $57 million.
Maybe she does a Friday Pick 6 as well.
100 West Dental, Dr. Brandon Pryor. Some of our listeners would like to see him get an OnlyFans. He's online at 100westdental.com. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. And he has incentivized our listeners to go see him by offering the following: $1,000 off Invisalign. That is a huge offer going on right now. If you mention I sent you their way. If you are on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. That's at 100westdental.com. You can also call 636-585-0100. I was out there, took a look at the offices right there off Manchester and Baldwin, across from Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and you see what they have done there. They have the most modern technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. No phone calls needed to get in. Just go to the website, 100westdental.com, and you can check on the availability and book right then and there. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. Coming up at 9:30, Martin has a surprise guest that could go really well or really poorly. That's perfect. I like that. 10:30, Doug, giving away tickets to Jelly Roll and Post Malone.
Okay.
Both performing last night at the CMAs. Anybody watch it? Anybody watch it? You did? All right.
Yep.
Anybody stand out to you? People are mad that Chris Stapleton won yet again.
He always seems to win.
I think he's won 8 times. And Luke Combs was mouthing that as he went up to the stage.
But yet Morgan Wallen gets Entertainer of the Year. So why wouldn't he also be Male Vocalist of the Year?
So this is kind of like when you ask Larry Nickel about being the world champion versus the Intercontinental champion.
Right. You're somehow Entertainer of the Year, but you're not Male Vocalist of the Year?
That's right.
Okay.
About Lainey Wilson, was she a delight?
She's always a delight.
Oh, so you're right there with me, huh? Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you. Yes, Chairman.
Was Zach Bryan there?
I didn't see him. It's all Luke Bryan.
Kind of curious about how he's being received with all that's been going on.
I don't know. Did you see him? I didn't see him either. Now that you bring that up, I wasn't even crossing my mind. But Jackson said you've like blocked out the Zach Bryan, Brianna chicken fry thing.
Yeah, I'm checked out. I can't. Yeah.
And I can tell Martin knows nothing about any of this.
Yeah,
I'm really confused because we're in 8-4 right now. That's segment 8.
I thought we were in 9-1.
No, this is 8-4.
This is 8-4.
No way.
Yeah, we're in 8-4. We got to knock out a 9-1 and a 9-2 before we get to the surprise.
Oh boy. Okay.
I can move the surprise up.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Full transparency, it's clock anarchy today, and I expect I'll probably get a talking to, and I deserve it.
Really?
Yeah.
It's fine. Don't worry, Jimmy. Your dad says
My
it's fine.
My dad's in the traffic department?
He says it's fine, yeah. It's actually been a good show. I have to say, at the outset today, I was a little concerned. I'll issue my rating later. But
you do. This is what we did for full transparency. Again, when we started the Morning Grind in 2004, the program director's name was Rob Weingarten. He got the nickname the Colonel. I don't know where. I have a feeling you were responsible for that, but I could be off.
I don't remember.
And he wanted us to rate the segments, right? And so then we would write them up on the studio glass at KFNS 20 plus years ago. Doug, that makes me feel like an older gentleman.
Well, yeah, we are.
And I guess that's what it is when you're 48. But yeah, that's what came to fruition. And then here we are, and it's clock anarchy. So that means I've got to make sure I catch up on the clock and hit some quick segments here. So that's what's going to happen. That's for full transparency, and that's on me. So, but we do have Martin's surprise guest coming up at 9:30.
Yeah, that's going to happen at 9:30. It was supposed to be in segment 9.3. We'll bump it to segment 9.2.
Yeah, that's what it's
for
going
those
to
of
be.
you at home. If you've got a TMA scorecard, probably buy those at the shop.
Yeah.
TMA shop. Let's have a TMA scorecard.
TMASTLshop.com. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
We'll be back with a 9.2. And I would like to apologize to Jackson's dossier. I like to go on there and make a joke or two, and I feel like I've overdone it because
was all Jets.
I'm really bothered by this Jets talk that is constant.
I saw you tweet it out last night.
Oh my God, it's just unbelievable. It's nonstop, and the Jets are not like the Cowboys at this huge.
They don't have the brand.
No, stop.
It's if Aaron Rodgers wasn't there, it would never get the attention, and they're just bad and not really exciting.
And the people who are doing it live and work in New York. So.
There's no doubt this is a East Coast centric storyline, but they're forcing it. So on the dossier, I put segment 1, how to rebuild the Jets. Segment 2, who should the Jets draft? And then later in the show,
Mike Greenberg impression.
I dropped another one about favorite Jets season, and I was just kidding. But then I look at the real dossier, segment 8-4, just completed. It says, why are most of the franchises in New York hot trash? And it kind of looks like something I would have put in there, but it's actually from Jackson.
Oh, really?
So I feel like now I'm almost blending into what might be a topic, and it's going to just confuse the crap out of everybody. So really the clock is my fault.
Martin has issued an apology to Jackson's dossier. Jackson, on behalf of your dossier, do you accept it?
More than accepted. More than accepted.
I don't even know what that means.
The dossier starts and ends with me.
Well, Harry S. Truman, Independence, Missouri.
And I did not meet my own expectations, much like Bob Costas, and that's on me.
All right. Jackson has apologized on behalf of his dossier. Martin has apologized to the dossier. Martin's surprise guest is coming up, and we'll have trivia, giving away the tickets to Jelly Roll and Post Malone. That's coming up at 10:30, Jackson. And what is the category today?
I was gonna let you guys pick the category.
But you got to pick the question.
I'll pick the question, but have you guys picked the category of question?
So the question's already picked, but then we get to pick the category of the question?
No, I have a bunch of questions in a bunch of different categories, and you guys pick the category.
Got it.
Okay. General knowledge.
That will be one of the options.
Nice. All right. Well, somebody's going to win tickets to that concert on May 13th. Learn more about it at 101ESPN.com, where you're going to give away tickets for trivia. First person who texts in with the right answer at 10:30, 314-399-9646 will win those tickets. So make sure you're listening. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess, people I have been working with now for 5+ years, and I think the world of as far as people, much less people in an industry that you really want to be able to know and trust who you're working with. And that is why I love when our listeners do business with them, because I know they're in good hands, and they pride themselves on being accessible, so much so that they have set up a number specific for our listeners to text or call any questions, any comments, any requests they may have. The number is as follows, 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. Or you can go shopping at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. All right, Martin's special guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, the surprise guest. Doug and I have no idea. Chairman, do you know?
Clue.
No, I got no idea.
We're all frozen out of this alliance. How would he know? Frozen out of this alliance. All right, we're going to find out who it is, Doug. Another surprise coming your way. That's next here on TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
You know what, Tim, Doug, I'd like you to say hello to our guest, who is your former colleague. Hey, caller, welcome to the show.
You know, you must be, if you have a list of people to call, you must be at the bottom of that list.
I know who it is.
Who knows?
It's Frank Opinion.
It is Frank Opinion, everybody.
Was that Doug?
That's outstanding.
Yes, I know the voice.
Very, very good, Doug. Good ear.
Well, I've listened to you for years. I know that voice.
Half a sentence, and you knew who it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's very impressive. I thought it was somebody doing an impression, and I was thinking you were going to Steve Savard. That's who I thought you were going to.
Well, Frank is friends with Steve Savard.
Yeah, that's right, aren't you, Frank?
Who? Steve who? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I am. He's in Springfield. You know that.
Yes, of course. What's going on with you?
Well, you know what? Not much. I'm in forced retirement. You know that. And I just do whatever I want to do, which is a good thing. But these people that say, well, I retired and I was bored, I didn't know what to do. And I kind of get that, because unless you're, building an airplane or a boat, or you're working on some woodworking project, I don't have those things. So what am I doing? I don't know. It depends day to day. I just kind of do whatever I want. I have people who say, and I still get emails all the time, and every day, and I read these emails, and people say the two main things they say to me in the emails are, one, why don't you do a podcast? Well, they mean well, but there, how how many podcasters there are in this country? Take a guess.
It's got to be well into seven figures at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, exact 2 million.
Wow.
Name me five. I mean, look, the point is, there are 2 million podcasters, and the great majority of them do it for bragging rights, just to say, oh, I've got a podcast, and I don't need that. So no, I'm not doing a podcast, because it's easy to do. Anybody can do it, but I wouldn't be doing it just to say that I have a podcast. I'd want a big audience, as anybody would, and I'd want it to do well and make money, because I did what I did for 35 years to make a living. It was fun, but I didn't do it for fun. I did to make a living. The other thing they say to me most often is, do you miss being on the radio? And the answer is yes and no. Mainly no. What I miss is, and this is going to sound weird, I miss a paycheck, because I worked since I was 11. Since I was 11 years old, every year of my life I had a job, and to not have a paycheck is just weird. It seems weird to me. So there's your answer. What am I doing? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm going to do today.
I was actually going to ask about the podcast thing, and I agree with you. I was actually talking with my financial guy yesterday, and we were making the joke about podcasts and however many people are doing them, but then how many people are actually making a living doing them. But you are one of the maybe 0.5% of people doing podcasts who could actually not only make a living, but I think you could make a killing doing it. And I say that with the utmost sincerity.
Well, but you got to decide. Anybody does a podcast, you got to decide why you're doing it. What do you want? What do you want? You want just to be able to say, hey, I got a podcast, why don't you listen to it? Or do you want it to succeed and be a competitor to the other big podcasters and the radio stations? And sorry, but it's true. You're competing with all of that, with all those people. And it's real tough to get an audience, to get the word out that you have a podcast. And then you got to decide, do you want to do it every day? And if you do, what time of day? Do you want to do it live? Do you want to take calls? The answer is probably no. Because to do it live, you're stuck. You designate a time every day, and that's when you go to your podcast. So I don't know what I would do if I did it. I know some of the other guests you've had on here. You've had coaches and famous people, Bob Costas, and then me, okay? And I'm not delusional. I know who I am, and I know who I'm not. So I don't know. I never was on the air because that was my goal as a young man. I'm going to be on the radio. Never. Even into my, I would say, early 30s, I never thought of doing that because, one, I never thought I had the voice for radio because there was, and you know this, you guys are old enough, just barely old enough to know this. There was a time when to get on the radio, you had to have one of those voices that was absolutely perfectly clear, crystal clear and resonant, and you had to have that old school voice. You don't have to have that anymore. So I was able to get on, and even with a very average voice, and I enjoyed all 35 years of it until the day came when, and you guys worked there.
Here we go.
When the geniuses at 590, and there really was only one guy who's kind of responsible for what happened, and it was a miserable failure, by the way, when they just blew our show off the air. So I was on for 35 years until that day when I was told, hey dude, we're gonna go all sports, and our show wasn't sports, so that means our show goes off the air if they want all sports. Well, they did that, and it failed. And if I'm really honest, I was thrilled to death to find out that it failed.
Tim, this is a part of this booking here, which took some negotiating on my part. But part of this booking is I knew Frank would be in the 590 Survivors Club, and this is a little bit of therapy here.
Listen, big boy, we're going to change formats, okay? I'm going to spend some more Randy's money, and then we're going to go off the air eventually, okay?
Yeah. No, it was an interesting stint. I did. How long were you guys there at 590?
This show has had 3 different stints at 590. We left in December of 2021.
Okay, that's the year. Let's see, 21. 2, 3, man, I left in 20. It's been 4 years. October of 20. So this past October was the 4-year mark after they asked us to leave. But I told Martin yesterday when he called, and he's right. He did have to kind of work me a little bit. But and here's the best compliment I can pay you, both of you. One, I always liked what you did. I thought that, nothing against the other people that were on 590, but I thought that you had a great show, and we had a great show. We both did. And it's too bad they didn't really capitalize on that and promote it more and do it right. But they didn't, and that's the way it is. And as it turns out, timing is everything. And it turns out that it was actually a good time to hang it up because of just things that had happened over the last 4 years, certainly the last couple of years. So it worked out okay. But it's weird not making the call yourself. You'd like to be the one to say, well, I think it's time to retire. You don't want somebody else telling you, time to go. Yeah. But I get it. Yeah, the guy that was running the station, I guess still is, was not a radio person, didn't understand radio. So if he had somebody come to him that he thought knew what they were doing, and they said, well, you need to get rid of that show because it's not sports, well, that's what you'll do because you don't know better. So there's nobody really at fault here. It is what it is. At 35 fantastic years.
And Frank is known for his candor. And I got to tell you, so I made the switch. I was at 590, one of my various stops. I go to KTRS, and they said, you can do news talk. And I said, I don't know what I'm doing. They said, just give it a shot. After 1 week, Mark Dorsey said, do you give Frank Opinion a call? He'll give you some feedback. So I called Frank on a Saturday. He said, yeah, Martin, let me tell you something. Your show this week was awful. Just awful. And then we spent about an hour talking about how awful it was. So then when I leave 5 years later, I sent an email thanking the station. I said, even though Frank told me my show was awful my first week, I somehow made it 5 years. Frank calls me after the email, goes, hey, Martin, it's Frank. He said, I saw your email. Did I really say that? And now I'm thinking, here comes the apology. And he said, no, that sounds like something I would say, but I just can't remember. I just can't remember for sure if I said it. But okay, thank you for confirming. That's all he wanted to know.
You want a confirmation?
Yes. Here's what I do sort of remember, and I don't know. I guess it was 550. when they said we're bringing Martin Kilcoyne in, I said, why? And I knew who he was. I'd seen him on television, nice enough guy, but I had heard a little of him on the radio, and I said, why? And they said, well, the boss, the guy running KTRS at the time, thinks he's funny. And I said, are we still talking about Martin Kilcoyne?
Clip that off.
he said, yeah, he thinks he's really funny. I said, no, I don't think so. He's a great sports guy and a good conversationalist, but funny? I don't know. But maybe, I think you proved me wrong. You did. You proved me wrong. And I'm the first to admit when I'm wrong, but I wasn't completely wrong about you being terrible. You really were. And too often, TV people, because they're well known and they're on television, they get hired to go on radio, and they're just horrible. I mean, they're used to reading a teleprompter. They're just not any good. You have become and are an exception to that rule.
Nice going, thank you, Frank. And one more to share for the panel. At the Christmas party one year, the 550, my wife Kim is over there talking to Frank Opinion for like an hour, and she said, I really enjoyed talking to Frank. So the next day I listened to his show, and he said, we had this party there, and who's the one guy, Melvin or Morton, that's on her? And he said, I met his wife last night, and she's good looking, and she's funny, and she's smart, she's interesting. She's everything he's not.
Oh,
God. Truth hurts.
This is nice.
Truth hurts.
Yeah, I guess I was brutal at times.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Are you still living in St. Louis, or did you move out of the garden spot of the Great Plains?
No, I still live in St. Louis. So I live in the same house I've lived in for 38 years. 38 and a half years, same house.
Huh. Frank loved the callers. That's the thing this show still enjoys. Is a good your show was built on calls, and I honestly, like a lot of shows now, only do text or emails. I miss that interaction.
I like having the live calls.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do too, and I'll tell you why. There were many days. There were many days when if it weren't for the callers, we wouldn't have had a show. And you know what I'm talking about. You've walked in there, and you know you have many days thinking, what in the world are we going to do?
Yeah, it sounds like about 7 o'clock today.
And the proof that you didn't have anything to do is you called me. But I had those days, and I'd get it, and then I think, what are we going to do? The only thing I would ever know that we were going to do was I knew the joke I was going to tell. Because the joke every day was sort of the climax. It was why people 35 years ago even ever listened to me. It was because I knew how to tell a joke. So I knew going in what joke I was going to tell. But I never really knew beyond that, and I didn't want to know. Because a good caller, or better yet, a bad caller, could make your show. You get an hour out of that. In many cases, you go, okay, well, there went 1 hour. That wasn't bad. And the next thing you know, the show's over. But many times, and when you talk about podcasts, that's one of the problems with a podcast. Unless you do it on a regular schedule every day, you can't take calls. And then to take calls, you got to be set up to take calls. I don't know. And if I did a podcast, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I'm not, that interesting. I certainly don't know sports. For me, by the way, for me to be on 101, for me to be on this show is unbelievable. I have never, in 4 years that I've been off the air, never been on anybody else's show. Nenever gone on the air.
That seems like a treat.
I won the booking war, Tim.
Yeah, it's a great get. I love the get. I feel obligated to say this. It might be ridiculously awkward, but I suppose that's the brand. But not only is Frank, I mean, for real, Martin, you, Frank Opinion, Kelly Chase, like the Claiborne, the storytelling ability. Frank can do that. I had Frank on my podcast one time, and I was like, this guy, he was on TMA. Remember when he came in studio when he went over to 590, Doug, and was like, this guy's got sick talent. But really bigger and more importantly for TMA's continued existence after 20 years is I became aware of your business model at KTRS, and I said, this guy has it figured out. You want to make sure that you have the relationships with advertisers and deliver return on investment for advertisers. That's kind of, from a business standpoint, the only thing that matters. Of course, you want to do a good show, but if you generate material revenue, that's the name of the game. And they never taught me that at the Missouri Journalism School, but that is the business.
Maybe they would have in the classes you didn't take to graduate.
That's perhaps the 8 credit hours I missed out on. But Frank, without that, this show doesn't exist, and I mean that sincerely.
Well, and here's the thing. I'm glad you brought that up because I want your listeners to understand something. when you patronize the advertisers of these guys, or when I was on, when you did business with the people who literally kept us on the air, it's everything. There are only two things that matter to Doug and Tim and Martin and to me back then. Two things that matter: the audience and the advertisers. Management, screw them. They don't have any idea what should or shouldn't be on the air. They don't. They're management people. They're sales people. What are they? They usually have no background in radio, certainly on the talent end. So all that matters is, are advertisers happy and are listeners happy? And advertisers are only going to be happy if you have enough listeners to drive business into them. So it is so important when you go in and you say, hey, I'm here because I heard about you on 101. That's everything. That is everything.
Johnny Londoff has texted me that he would like a clip of this. He wants the whole family and the whole Londoff Chevrolet to hear this interview. So John Londoff tuning in right now.
Well, hello, John. I talk to John regularly. I still do. He was a tremendous supporter of what we did, and I'm glad you have an association with him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's an entertaining guy as well.
And I say that when I could easily say nothing, and that's what I think still is the best tactic. If you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything. So I just say, oh yeah, John Londoff, yeah, he was on our show, and that would be it. But it was more than that.
He was a friend of the show. He would story tell.
That's a great way to put it. He becomes your friend, not just an advertiser, but a friend, and he cares about supporting shows he thinks should be supported. He cares about supporting charities he thinks should be supported. And he's just a fantastic car dealer, and it's a great place to buy a car. So everybody wins. But I had I don't know how many advertisers I actually had. I'm going to say like 15 or 20. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it's enough. Because the other problem that radio has, not so much your show, but radio in general, is that they're trying so hard to make money when it's not as easy as it used to be. It's not easy at all, because if you're on the radio, you're competing with not only other radio stations, you're competing with all these podcasters. You're competing with all sort of social media platforms. Most of the time I was on, we didn't have to worry about that. All we had to worry about was, can we get a bigger audience than the other stations? Because your only competition was other radio stations. And everybody 20 years ago, as recently as 20 years ago, everybody you knew would say, hey, did you see that thing last night on the Channel 2 News? Because everybody sat down at night and watched the evening news, either the early news or the late news at 10 o'clock. They did. Everybody. And everybody got in the car and turned on a radio station, whatever their station was. That isn't the case so much as it used to be. So the fact that you've survived, you should be proud.
Although management is actually at the door right now saying, no, I'm kidding. Big Al has said, welcome home, Frank. That's from Big Al.
Big Al from
do you
the
remember the day he called you? We've got a clip here, Jackson, don't we? I believe.
Here it is, Frank.
Welcome home, Frank. Big Al from the morning show.
Okay.
Big Al, how you doing?
No, it's like you didn't know it.
That was so good.
And was there an email that was sort of sorted?
It was one of the greats. Do you happen to have that, Jackson?
I've been looking.
You've been looking for it?
I've been looking for it the entire time Frank's
One of
been on
the
phone.
emails from our Moron Fest in the morning was left behind, printed out for you to read, and I think it might be one of the most favorite clips in the 20-year history of this show is you reading the email about some kind of Brian and Doug's seasonal veg, and Frank's voice made it perfect. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I don't have the memory I used to have. I don't remember that, but I'm not ever going to deny anything somebody says I said, or that I did, because I probably did. And you know, it's like the other reason that I'm not upset that I'm not on is my whole thing was storytelling. I was a storyteller, and then talking to people on the phone. And then the other thing was the one sort of highlight was the joke. And I thought about this, and I thought, you know what, I'd have to remove about, 15 jokes that I told regularly. I try not to tell a joke more than once a year. And the ones I don't think I could tell anymore, I told a lot of jokes where there was a particular accent in the joke, like if it's a Chinese restaurant and you do the voice of the waiter. And I thought, I wonder if I could still do that.
Well,
because
probably not.
It's just like there are people just out there waiting to find anything to get you kicked off the air and complain about it. I probably couldn't. But if you think about it, what is wrong? Like if I sit here as Mr. Pinion, come on in. Nice to see you again. Now, why is that any different than doing a Southern accent? If I'm in and the joke takes place in the South, and the waiter comes over and goes, "How y'all were doing? Good to see you in here again." Well, why is that any different? It's just an impression of an accent. That's it. Yeah. It's not demeaning. It's not derogatory. But the world has gone nuts. And they're insane, and they get upset over. I don't know. I do understand that unless you're black or you're Native American or you're Asian, you really can't state or say what's acceptable or what's not. I had a listener tell me one day, I'll never forget it. It just jumped out, and I never forgot it. We were talking about something about black listeners, or I was surprised at how many black listeners we had. And this guy said something. I said I didn't understand something. He says, "We don't understand it because you're not black." And I'll never forget he said that. You're not black. And I thought, wow, that would apply to so many things. You're not gay. You're not Asian. So you got to be careful. You don't know what it is that upsets people. But a lot of it's ridiculous. It's just ludicrous.
How about the text line, Tim? It's almost 99% love Franco. Miss the large morning show. I'm AM.
I love this guest booking.
I'm AM in the PM. Miss bring Frank back. Then people are asking you to tell a joke, which I did not prepare him for. Other people are asking for the sausage joke. I don't know specifically.
Chairman Kurt has come running into the studio here. What do we have, Chairman Kurt?
We've all been fired.
I think we may be getting that audio of the Tunnels email.
We do have the audio?
Oh, we have the audio. Okay, this is audio.
Jackson?
Tim, set the stage.
So this is an email. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which we'll have at 10:45 today. We used to print them out. Frank was at KFNS in the afternoons. We were in the mornings. And I guess this email was left behind. And Martin, here is Frank Opinion
stand by.
Getting a chance to partake in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day inadvertently when he gets a chance to see the email sitting in the studio.
Standing by. We're
all right. Hit the lever, please.
We're getting authenticated on the computer at this moment.
Go ahead,
here.
hit the button.
This will be separate.
The button.
And as we wait for that, Frank, are you able to tell after that audio? Are you able to tell the sausage joke, or will we all get canceled?
You know what? I won't tell. I'll tell you what I will do. I'll tell you a joke, and it's a sports-related joke, but I won't tell the sausage joke, and I'll tell you why. One of the running gags we had, and we had many running gags, was the sausage joke, and then the fact that I, at a certain point, decided, for whatever reason, to not ever tell it again. And that created, you cannot believe it. Come on, man, tell the sausage, especially people who didn't know it. Now they really want to know what it is. So I just deliberately wouldn't tell it, I don't know, just because it was kind of fun to do that. But I will tell you are we waiting to hear something?
Yeah, we
Jackson
actually
can't find the audio.
Oh, no,
He's
we
got
have it.
Okay.
You're only as good as your producer, Frank. You understand that.
I understand, yeah.
All right, here we go.
It's not working. I'm sorry.
This show is the worst.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm on this show. What an embarrassment. Okay, so I'll leave you with...
He's signing off, Tim. He's had enough.
No, I can stay on forever. That's my problem. I just keep talking. But I do have a joke, and it's a sports-related joke. And for you folks, I apologize to anybody listening who knows nothing about golf, okay? And there are some, but most of the world is familiar with golf, and the joke would require you to know a little bit about. You guys will appreciate it, and that's really all that matters, is whether you like it. It's your show, and if you like it, your audience will like. So here's the joke. This guy is he's on trial for murdering his wife, and he stupidly decides he wants to get on the stand. Usually, the murderer doesn't take the stand. Lawyer's advice is, no, you don't get on this. Well, he says, I'm getting on. I want to make sure people know that I'm innocent. I didn't do this. So he gets on the stand, and the prosecutor just tears into this guy. He goes, your wife is dead, and she's dead because of you, and you know that's true. And he goes, it's not true. I didn't kill her. He goes, well, I have to disagree with you. We have a coroner's report and an autopsy report that shows you took a golf club, I believe it was a 5-iron, and you hit your wife 17 times till she was dead. You swung that club 17 times to kill her. And he goes, okay. But could you put me down for a 5?
Oh. Fan Page Club Championship.
I like it.
Frank, it has been, Jackson, is the audio there or is it not? If it's not, it's not. I'm just fine.
It's okay.
We're getting it. It's going to be, we're going to have it very soon.
For anybody listening who didn't get that joke, here's what happens. When people play golf, and I've always said this, and I think it's true, if you are thinking about hiring somebody, you want to get to know them, play 18 holes of golf.
Couldn't agree more with you on that.
Mm-hmm. In the course of 18 holes, here's what you're going to find out about that person. Do they curse a lot? Do they have a filthy mouth? Do they drink too much? Do they talk too much? Do they brag too much? Do they cheat? You'll find all that out in 18 holes about this person.
I could not agree more with that. I really, truly do. Now, I guess in 2024, we have social media also as a screaming tell if you want to look up the way somebody conducts himself there. But yes, back in the day, golf 100%.
People are texting, they're texting about Bernice. They're texting about Jackie. They're saying anyway.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Let me tell you a quick Bernice story. Again, for those who don't know, first of all, back to the golf joke. The punchline put me down for a 5. That's what guys say. I don't know about women. I haven't played with a lot of women. But that's what they say when they don't want their score put on the card because it took them 12 swings to get to in the hole. So they go, well, just put me down for a 5. It's cheating, but it's a common expression. Put me down for a 6. Put me down for a 3. Whatever. So now where were we? We were going to get off onto something. Bernice, the caller who mentioned Bernice. Let me take a quick story, and it's all you need to know about management of radio stations. There was a lady, an older lady down in St. Genevieve, Missouri, named Bernice. She was a country hillbilly. I mean, what you heard was what you got. Horrible grammar, no filter. And so Bernice had been on, I guess, 3 or 4 times, and our boss at the time stopped me in the hallway. And let me stop and say this before I tell you what I'm about to tell you. Sometimes you have a reputation for being difficult, hard to work with. I guess I got that because I knew exactly what I wanted to do. So the boss stops me in the hall, and he says, hey, what's the deal with this country woman that you've had on a couple of times? I said, Bernice? Yeah, what are you doing? What is that about? I said, well, I think she's entertaining. He said, well, I don't, and I don't want you to have her on anymore. And I said, and why? He said, well, this is exactly what he said. Our audience will think that our audience is just a bunch of uneducated hillbillies. And I said, no, they won't. No, they won't. They'll think that we have a really entertaining, real person on the air who's not an actress. She's just flat out interesting and entertaining, and I'm not going to stop putting her on, and I don't do the show for you. Now, normally, that'll get you fired. That kind of thing to the boss. But that boss didn't understand the connection the audience had with her. They loved her. The audience loved her so much that when they found out she had cancer and she was probably going to die before long, I went on the air and mentioned it. They sent, and I took the check to her personally in St. Genevieve. They sent in $17,000 to help her get a wheelchair-accessible van, to help her get in a better trailer. It wasn't really, you couldn't call it a motorhome, it was a trailer. But that's how much they loved her, $17,000. And I took her the check, and I walked in and put it down in front of her. She's got oxygen in her nose. And I said, Bernice, this is for you. And she opens it up. She says, what the hell is this? And I said, well, it's a check. She says, well, I can see that. She was always like, she was always in a bad mood. She said, well, I can see it's a check. What's it for? I said, it's for you, Bernice. And she just stared at it, and she started to cry. And she said, why in the hell would these people send me money? They don't even know me. What the hell is the matter with these damn people? And I said, Bernice, They send it because they love you. And she didn't know. She absolutely didn't know how to process that. But you could just tell it just blew her away. And that was a highlight of one of a few highlights of my radio career, was to be able to take her the check on behalf of all the listeners. And I don't know how much listener real loyalty there is anymore, because it seems to me that, look, there's nobody you can listen to. I don't care if it's Tim, Doug, Martin, nobody you can listen to who's not at some point going to say something you don't like or that you don't agree with. Do you just dump them for that? You know, if you're married or you have kids, they make a mistake, do you just kick them out? And that's the problem. You got to stay with the people that 95% of what they do you love, you like it. So support them. Give them some slack. They're going to make a mistake or say something you don't agree with. So what? And so that was my best example of how management sometimes just doesn't get the connection that you have, or that some people on your show have with the audience. So that's my take.
That's a hell of a story. That's an awesome story. I had never heard that story. That's an incredible story.
Well, I got more of those, and I got to tell you something. If you go back and ask the former bosses that I had over the years, they go, "Yeah, he's difficult." Well, difficult. That's a compliment to me, because what it means is I'm not going to sit there and listen to some guy in a suit tell me what I should or shouldn't have done. You know, you got one more quick story. The program director is an interesting title for somebody in the radio business. And are any of you guys the program director at 101?
Doug,
no,
you are not.
No, I turned down the job.
Turned it down.
Mm-hmm.
So, because program directors can be the worst. And
Tommy's the best.
I was at a station that gets bought. Okay, so now I'm working for people I don't even know, and they send their people in. Now we're working for strangers, and so I go in the office of this guy who's my new by default program director, and he said, Frank, he says, I know enough about you to know that you don't like BS and you don't like meetings for no reason, unnecessary meetings. So you're going to be happy to know that I don't believe in every day after the show having a meeting and discuss what worked and what didn't work. And I said, well, good. And he said, so I limit the meetings. I say we meet on Monday morning or Monday before the show, and then Fridays after the show. Kind of take a look at the whole week, the week coming up and the week that's passed. And I think we'll meet on Mondays and Fridays. And I said, well, enjoy the meeting because you'll be in it by yourself. I'm not coming. He said, and he just looked at me. He said, what? I said, I'm not coming. Well, what are we going to do 2 days a week, 5? What are we going to do? You're going to sit there and tell me what you thought worked and didn't work? I said, let me explain something to you about being on the air. The minute you get off the air, and you guys know this, you know whether or not the show was good or bad. You don't need to be told. You can feel it. You can feel it while you're doing it. You just sit there thinking, oh, my goodness, we're dying here. We got to save the show. So you don't need that assessment if you have any intuition or any idea at all about works or doesn't work. And you'll know if you're doing it, you know when you're doing it, and you just try to do better tomorrow.
The one, the only Frank Opinion. Frank, thanks for doing it.
Hey, do we have the audio?
Oh, my.
We have the audio?
Wow.
All right, now we got the audio. Frank, take a listen.
Oh, no.
This is an all-timer in TMA history. Here you go.
To the Morning After InsideSTL.com. There's an affiliation here with the station. Mm-hmm. And it was sitting here, so I assumed it was somebody wanted me to read it. It says mourn, like morning. And then it says, oh, hey, how are you? Did I overhear you say that this restaurant has the best baked chicken west of the Merrimack River? I'll take 2 orders, please, and make sure it comes with a side of that seasonal veg. Oh, you think this chicken is a bit dry? You think this chicken needs to marinate a bit more, you filthy boy whore?
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Mm. Wow, the good old days.
Yeah.
Good old days.
An all-timer.
Well, listen, thanks for having me on. It was a pleasure, and I'm glad to announce that you are the only show I've been on since in the 4 years plus.
How about that? This is a great booking. Frank is awesome to talk to you, man. For real. Thank you so much for the time this morning.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's Frank Opinion with us here on TMA. Absolute legend. That was outstanding. Tip of the cap.
Took a little work there, and Jackie and I talked yesterday, and Frank and I talked for about 20 minutes. He called. I'm getting ready to interview. I know we're late for 4 breaks. But I'm getting ready to interview Costas, and I'm thinking, my surprise, a couple of things have been in the works, so I thought, I really kind of wanted to get Frank Opinion. His name came up, and I just jotted it down one day. So I text him. Now he starts calling me, and I'm sitting in this Ritz waiting room to talk to Bob and all that. And I can't talk now. So I call him back. He said, yeah, I got your text. He said, I don't want to do that stupid thing you're doing. And I said, well, I may have... Because it's, the way I wrote it probably sounded more like a bit or a shtick. Because I said Keith Kachuk played for the Blues, calls in, gives the boys a hard time. You can do that.
You referenced Calvin May.
Yeah, and then he goes, well, I like Tim and Dub. I'm not their buddy. I'm not going to give them. That's stupid, And so I said, okay. So then we talked for about 30 minutes, and he's like, okay, what time are we talking? I said, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. So, and he started in on a whole rant about Hadley and Vaughn. I said, oh, my God, this is my wheelhouse.
Oh, outstanding. If you missed it, go back and podcast. Frank Opinion with us here on the program. Bernie Federko in the 8 o'clock hour. Schaefer Door Company sponsor the TMA STL app and 101 ESPN app. Design Air sponsor the email today, which you heard a portion of Frank Opinion reading from a few years ago. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at designair.com. If you were outside earlier this morning, you felt freezing temperatures, and I'm still looking at Old Glory right there on Olive, and it is just, it is posted due north. The wind, it is cold. So you want to make sure your heating system is working. Make sure you work with Seth Goldcamp, our longest-running sponsor on TMA. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. We recommend you become a client as well of Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designair.com. Coming up at 10:30, we are giving away tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll, May 13th, Busch Stadium for Jackson's Trivia Contest. That's 10:30. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today coming up at 10:45. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN, taking on the San Jose Sharks. Pre-game starts at 6 p.m. and the puck will drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt moving into Martin's spot. He has a thing today at 10 o'clock, Doug.
Well, sure, and it's already 10:13, so he's got to get there.
Jackson Burkett with you. Jackson, let's get inside your head right now. Talk to me.
Just bad performance from me all day today.
Why?
Coming off the heels of a great program yesterday, I have dropped the ball left and right.
Well, let's workshop it. I have no problem with that. I mean, you have equity with me and Doug like the Dickens. Martin's got an alliance. Cousin John's on board with you, and I want to talk with you, and I want to tell you, don't be as upset with yourself as you are.
Yeah, I like to be great. I like to try to be great at least, and I feel like today I just haven't hit it, and it's cost us, and that's on me, and that's what sucks. I don't like that.
And you're referring to not having the Franco Pinion email at the ready? Is that what you're talking about?
That which I knew going. I mean, I knew who the surprise guest was, so it wasn't a surprise to me. So I should have that. Just all day I haven't felt like I've delivered very well, and I'm not like looking for sympathy or anything. It's doing some self-evaluation.
Are you really?
But the thing is the bounce back factor.
So you think tomorrow's show?
Oh, you better believe it.
We're gonna have Ella Reese on.
Wow.
That'll be great.
That.
Doug, that's my white whale.
Yeah, that might be tough, but I still think tomorrow's going to be a better program and
because
better performance.
Of Gabe getting us ready for Mississippi State.
Colonel's going
Joey Vitale talking about his Christmas party.
Joey Vitale.
Seems like the show has been good today with Frank Pinion.
Yeah, it's been good, but no thanks to me. And I'm not I'm really not fishing for I get it. And
well, the audience will extend sympathy.
Not at all, and I definitely not anticipating it there.
No.
But yeah,
But that's what I'm saying. This is like when producer Joe would get mad at me because we were late for a break. Now here, this is actually a real place, and I went in and I apologized to Mike Ryder, and I will be apologizing to Tommy Mattern because when it's all said and done, the buck stops here as far as clock management. I said to Ryder, I said this thing was already off the rails clockwise before Franco Pinion. And then when I found out it was Franco Pinion, and I honestly thought when Martin said it's our forward colleague, I figured it was Savard. That's what I thought it was going to be. And then I'm like, oh, Savard's doing a hell of an impression of somebody. I don't know what the hell he's doing. And I'm like, oh, Franco Pinion. And then I'm like, oh, Franco Pinion, we're not going to break for 40 minutes. Because when Franco Pinion and I are on the phone together, somebody's going to run out of battery. That's how the call's going to end because it just goes. But he's a hell of a storyteller, and he's going to go. But you also don't want to ruin. I mean, the audience was loving the segment.
Sure.
So that's it. But the clock is just off the rails today. But that's my responsibility. You work with me and Doug and Martin, and also Tommy and Mike Ryder here. People love you. So you might have had one, but the people will respect the fact that you feel badly that you didn't perform today, but everything's all right. And I want you to know this. You're a beautiful baby, and you're a prince of a man.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Beautiful baby, prince of a man.
You always make a bigger deal of it in the moment than you would when you reflect on it. Even
in 2 hours, you won't even be thinking about it. And that's how you got to think through, whatever it is that's got you on tilt.
Actually, the text box is on your side. They're rather supportive.
Is that right?
We love you,
JBB. Are you just trying to get me in there and start reading them?
Now it's going to come the other way. That's how it goes. But again, I'm not looking for that.
At 26, Jackson knows the game, and it's dangerous at 26 to already know the game and how to play it.
Yeah, I just like to do well. That's like what I like. I like to do well. I think most people would say that. And when I don't, and I feel like it's a...
Is this just because you didn't have the seasonal veg email ready? I mean, is it that?
That's just like a microcosm of it. Okay. That's just a microcosm of it.
Fair enough. That's Jackson Burkett, Doug, workshopping his own feelings here on the program today. And apparently getting support. I don't have the text inbox up, but Chairman Kurt says it's a supportive text inbox.
Other than Warson Woods Wacko, it's pretty supportive.
What's he saying?
Fire Mao Burkett. I don't know who Mao is.
Chairman Mao. It's the chairman.
Well, he's not the chairman.
Yeah, there's only one, the chairman. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and top-notch facility and accommodation. It is a passion project that has turned into a lifesaver for many St. Louisans, and the people who started it deserve a lot of credit for what they have done with Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Coming up at 10:30, this program will be giving away tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. That show is taking place at Busch Stadium. Doug, it's called the Big Ass Tour.
Yeah. Okay.
Big Ass Stadium Tour. That's coming to St. Louis on May 13th. You can learn more about it at 101ESPN.com. Jackson has a trivia question that he will ask the first person to text in. When you hear the question and you get the answer correct, the first correct answer gets the tickets. It's that simple. I don't know how many texts we got yesterday. It was well into the hundreds. It may have been into the thousands. Really? It shuts the text inbox down when they come in. We don't really care who wins, to be fully transparent, but Jackson is accused of picking his buddies to win these tickets. I have to be just straightforward with the audience. Jackson's buddies went to Ladue. They don't need free tickets. I don't know if I can be any more direct than that. They're old money. They're all members at Log Cabin. So that is not what's going to go on. You, a member of the hardworking meat and potato Americans that I relate to from 63109, one of you, you're going to win today's trivia contest in the Post Malone Jelly Roll tickets. That's at 10:30. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. The program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome back. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug, Emilio Gomez is in the YouTube chat. You know Emilio?
I don't know his work, no. Emilio Gomez.
Great new show format, Tim. The return from commercial. Read 5 minutes of live reads and right into another commercial break. Great show. And I'm like, standard, whatever. Okay. And then I just went back to reading Morswood's Wacko telling Jackson to go get a Stalin doll. Chairman Doug goes, I wonder if there are Stalin dolls. Chairman Kurt then goes and looks, and there actually are Stalin dolls.
Are there really? Yeah, you go on Etsy, you can get yourself a Joseph Stalin body pillow.
How much?
I don't know. It's gone by now.
So, it's a weird deal, but I understand how on the outside looking in, you would think that, that kind of nonsense gets to you. But once you've received it for a quarter century, it's kind of in one ear out the other. But then what was a pleasant surprise, there was pushback against Emilio Gomez.
Really?
That was kind of Jackson's as surprised as I am.
Yeah.
And then it was DJ Patty Cakes. They just went 30 minutes without commercials. Shut the F up!
Oh. Shout out to DJ Patty Cakes.
And Walrus King says, I am proud of myself for not telling Amelia to take a flying leap into an effing lake. Something like that. That was nice to have.
These people are so desperate for programming that they can't sit through a minute and a half of commercials.
Desperate for programming to complain about.
There it is.
That's the amazing thing about it. We will have the trivia contest coming up at 10:30. And we're giving away tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. Get ready. Have this number at the ready. It's the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. 399-9646. I loved the trivia question yesterday. It was actually a math question, but it was a question that everybody could get an answer to. Jackson, what is the category here? You selected your call.
It is geography.
Geography.
U.S. geography.
Geography will put the man to the test.
Okay.
The U.S. geography category has been announced. Be ready. And you can win the tickets. Doug, tell people about our phone lines where Frank Opinion was a guest for like 30 minutes. Bernie Federico earlier in the program.
Well, if you're looking for a way to update your house, maybe you haven't done anything to the interior since the 90s or early 2000s, it's time. It's time to get it spruced up and making it look its absolute best. And Collier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, and countertops in the business. They can come in and redo your whole kitchen. You won't even recognize the place. Almost everything with Collier & Thompson is right there in-house. You don't need to go to 5 or 10 different places to remodel one room. With Collier & Thompson, the countertops, appliances, lighting, flooring, hardware, plumbing, you name it, it's all right there in-house. Huge selection of appliances to choose from. And they carry some of the very best brand names like Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, you name it. They've got it at Collier & Thompson. They do it right, and you will be amazed at what they can do for your house. If you don't believe me, go to their website, look at some of the before and after pictures of the work that they have done. It's just really incredible how good these people are. And service and quality is their number one priority. If they did a job, 10 years or so ago, and now a door is off a hinge or you need some caulking, Matthew, the service manager and appliance installer, will get back out there and help you. Let Collier & Thompson work with you on your remodel. They work very closely with you to bring your dream remodel to a reality. You know, you only do remodeling jobs not very often, maybe once or twice in the life of the house. If you're going to do it right. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
All right, we're going to have the trivia question when we come back. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, we only have 5 more Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling emails of the day for the month of November. And Buck Swope and the JV golf coach are deadlocked. But
What?
Blue wallpaper emerged yesterday.
Oh, he did, yeah.
And with 5 email of the day competitions left and blue wallpaper sitting at 1, blue wallpaper has the kind of game that could rattle off 6 straight wins and take down the month of November. Keep an eye on blue wallpaper.
Do you have any blue wallpaper in your home?
I don't think so. I don't think we have any wallpaper now that I think about it.
Kind of goes in and out of style.
No, I don't think so. But we do have blue wallpaper emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Post Malone, Jelly Roll tickets on the line with Jackson's U.S. Geography, a trivia coming your way. Next, this is TMA on 101 ESPN. All right, Doug, here we go. This is it. Jackson's Trivia, Post Malone.
Oh, yeah, this is exciting.
Jelly Roll, the category U.S. Geography.
U.S. Geography.
The phone number to text into. The first one who texts in the correct answer wins the tickets.
Are we eligible
Period.
on this panel?
We are not. 314-399-9646. 314-399-9646.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett.
This is exciting.
All right, here we go.
A lot of tension.
What is the highest point in the United States?
Oh.
What is the highest point in the United States? There are two acceptable answers. It's the same thing, but they've changed names.
Wow, Doug. Calling me confused. That's going to cause controversy.
Changed names might be the wrong thing. They're called both.
This is my guess.
The first text in is I'll be Kurt's friend. That's from Brad and Boca. I do not believe that's the correct answer, but maybe it's something I am not aware of. Let's see. Oink Oink. That's from the Boy Pig.
No. Oink Oink is not the answer,
Like
but
the
not a
Boy
bad
Pig?
guess.
The highest point in the U.S.
Yes. Highest point in the United States.
Highest point.
Got one.
We got it already.
No.
What do you got, Chairman?
Denali.
Yeah, Denali, or it's also
in Alaska.
Mount McKinley is what it is.
That's in Alaska?
Yes. Good on you, Doug.
Oh, and now we're getting some more, but you weren't first. 618, you were first.
Denali is the correct answer.
All right. The
highest point in the
text
Named an
inbox will be
SUV after it.
shut down now as hundreds of texts will come in saying, a lot of people are saying Mount St. Helens.
Mount St. Helens.
Maybe they're thinking...
Now, that erupted, did it not?
Yes, it did.
1981? 80? Nurse? Somebody will
I
check
don't know
on
the
that.
years, Tim.
But there it is. Congratulations to 618. Chairman Kurt, Jackson, Mike Ryder, one of you gentlemen will be reaching out, and you have won the Post Malone Jelly Roll tickets for winning Jackson's Trivia Contest. What a win. Jackson's Geography, oftentimes the source of controversy, not this time, I don't think.
I remember with that Mount St. Helens, the stories about there was an old guy who lived up there on that mountain, had lived there for years. His name was Harry Truman. That's why I remember his name. And he said, he's not moving. And they said, well, the mountain's about to blow. You got to evacuate. He said, he's not moving. And they never saw old Harry again after
that was it.
After it blew. Yep. Never saw him again. That's just my little Mount St. Helens.
1981?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Kind of a young tyke. Yeah, congratulations. You got the tickets. We'll be giving those away throughout, and you can learn more about the concert coming up on May 13th at 101ESPN.com. That's 101ESPN.com. Jackson, we have just butchered the clock today, so do I need to break? Is that the deal? I got to break.
Yep.
All right, I apologize. I don't know what to say. I got to just do what I got to do.
Yeah.
That's the gig.
Take your medicine.
It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Croup on 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. I have visited their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They have visited my home, and I've gotten a chance to know Dan and his team, and they've got all kinds of different custom work that they are capable of doing. From a full-on custom deck, really one of their specialties there, to adding on a pergola or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. They are not just a sales process. They have the creativity and the attention to detail at Aesthetic Design and Build to bring your design to life. They offer custom deck design, opening and closing pergolas, roof, motorized shade and screens, under deck ceilings. Check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. It's Aesthetic Design. Let their expert team walk you through all of the different outdoor solutions. 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. Welcome back. It's Morning After 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour here on the program. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way on the program. We have been joined by Bernie Federko. Good conversation with Bernie Federko regarding Jim Montgomery and coaching in the coaching situation, coaching in the NHL in particular. He made it crystal clear he never had any interest in coaching in the NFL. Doug, no. I mean, within, I would say, 1/1000th of a second.
Wants nothing to do with it.
One made it clear he wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. And then Franco Pinion was our surprise guest today. And I mean, that guy can just tell stories, and it was a great conversation. I recommend going back and podcasting on TMA, plus the nonsense we have been discussing throughout. AJ McKernan, very unhappy with the Battlehawks and on a mission to play them twice next year and shove it up their backsides. That came from a podcast in Alabama with him going after the Battlehawks yesterday. So that was played also on the program. All of that is available for you on the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. Schaefer Door Company, also the sponsor of the TMA STL app. You want to compete against Buck Swope and the JV golf coach and Blue Wallpaper? Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Mark Hanna presents Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday. Jeremy Rutherford with the column this morning on The Athletic. And I got to tell you, it's kind of like with Gabe DeArmond in the Missouri quarterback situation last week. If Gabe's reporting it, Gabe isn't reporting that to just fire a guess. Mm-hmm. And he was right that Cook wasn't going to play against Oklahoma. And he was right that Cook was going to play against South Carolina. And I think he was right about Cook playing against Alabama, to take it back further. Point being, for Jeremy Rutherford to write that he thinks there could be something there with the Blues and Jim Montgomery, I don't think he's just firing a guess at the pot. That's my read.
No, because he has to work closely with the Blues and with the current coach. So, he's not going to intentionally draw their ire by pulling a wild rumor out of his backside.
That's exactly right. So that's the kind of, and then that's the difference. I mean, hey, people are welcome to read what they want and listen to what they want. Doesn't impact my life in any way. God bless, to each their own. Some people like something, some people like other things. That is the mantra. There's a difference when somebody like Jeremy Rutherford's reporting something or somebody like Gabe DeArmond's reporting something, and that is why I'm reading between the lines. And I don't know, just keeping an eye on it. I thought he presented a compelling case. I recommend reading the column on The Athletic, and I would imagine he'll be on the station today. Blues and Sharks tonight, pregame 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m., got to beat the Sharks. But he's like driving home that he's pulling quotes from Armstrong about how, he said this team was going to be a contender this year. It's a little different than last year when he went on and goes, I don't know. Well, hopefully we can get into a wild card spot. But if not, we're just trying to get back to where we were with our cup window. Yeah. A little different standing. And if that means the case that Montgomery wants to get back to St. Louis and they want to expedite things and aren't happy with what they're getting, maybe that changes the game. I don't know, but I would read it. TheAthletic.com. Mark Hanna presents Jeremy Rutherford on the program. Mark Hanna is online at evergreenstl.com. His number is 314-889-0503. What I would tell you is the following. I regret not having a financial advisor. When I was younger, I left a lot out there, and it was really just stupid. There's no other way for me to describe it. It's on me. It's my fault. But here, when I have the opportunity to tell audience members, here's the deal. You got to have a financial advisor. And Mark's the first one to say, listen, if it's not me, it's not me. That's fine. But for your best interests, have a financial advisor. It's just so important. Whether you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, it doesn't matter. Mark Hanna is somebody who, when you talk to him, I think you're going to feel better about your situation and about life in general. His number is 314-889-0503. That's 314-889-0503. Or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, who offers securities through Equitable Advisors LLC, member FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network LLC. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Then BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. And Michael takes pride in helping and make sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. $7 a square yard in the carpet installing industry is incredible. $7 a square yard. If that is a trade you can perform, then you need to go to igotfloored.com and get yourself that $7 a square yard. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him at Michael's Flooring, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that is why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is a phenomenal compensation package in this industry. It's Michael's Flooring, $7 a square yard for carpet installers. To find out more and join the team, go to igotfloored.com.
This is another Sports Center update. Blues in action tonight. This Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the San Jose Sharks. Pre-game right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA, it's 101 ESPN, Mungan S, St. Louis Acura, Mungan S, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you, BK and Ferrario coming your way here on the program at the top of the hour. And before that, we'll have the Design Air Heating Cooling email of the day. Jackson, I want to tell people about our title sponsor, and the title sponsor is Brown and Crouppen. Ed Herman in studio on Tuesday talking it over with us and giving us his perspective on a wide variety of topics. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in 1979, 44 years old. If you're in need of the services of Brown and Crouppen, don't you want to make sure you have a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? They provide superior legal services and they value client services as well. Brown and Crouppen is part of our community. They value the St. Louis metropolitan area. You're going to get great service and great results, and they are the winningest and they are the kindest, whether it be Ed Herman, whether it be Andy Crouppen, whether it be Terry Crouppen. We've gotten to know him here on this show quite well as our presenting sponsor now for a good long while, and they are going to be our sponsor in 2025 as well. It's Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222, or online at brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. And remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. It's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Oh, Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man did go into the filtered file?
I just threw him in there so he doesn't post about me on Facebook. If you get to it, great. If not, no worries.
I hope it's not vile.
All right, I'm trusting you here on the filtered file, Doug. Kind of ironic that today's trivia question's answer was the top of a mountain, because we were all blessed to listen today to another top of the mountain, Tim McKernan. The top of the mountain of perfection, that is. But this email is about the first time I saw a guy enter another guy's sacred temple.
Okay, that's enough. Who was it, Tim?
It's actually a lady.
Sacred temple. Who was it?
Her first name is May, and then her last name is Katert.
May Katerte has been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and her name, as we speak, is going into the Illinois Recovery Center suspension log. You'll know? I don't expect it does feel
so
very
the
good.
one just got deleted as I was getting ready to read it. So
no, that was Engine Joe.
Oh, okay. It's Thursday, lads. Remember to keep it short and sweet, just like an Eskimo kiss with Doug under the Kirkwood bleachers. You're Eskimo kissing people?
No.
Good luck to Coach Kalish and the Billikens tonight in the NCAA tournament. It's a beautiful night for some Joey Vitale-style soccer, hard nips, and great hair. Went from 6 to midnight when Franco Pinion joined the show today. Seemed like Martin enjoyed it so much he had to leave early to change his trousers. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the former quarterback of our minor league football team, is banty AF about the way he was treated on his way out the door and really wants to shove it up our asses next season playing for another team. Thousands of city residents are calling for an audit of how the city allocated $500 million in federal dollars after learning a business just formed in August 2023 received grants totaling nearly $800,000. Is that real? Is that part real? I haven't read that article that Martin told us about on the 2 Bucks.
Would it surprise you if it was?
I mean, holy crap.
Yeah.
Then this is great that this guy, Martin's really high on this guy as a reporter at Channel 2, and that's great to hear. That's been good for him for leading the cause and the investigation into this. But I think the lead is that over 25 years ago, J.K. Simmons was great as a prison top. In the first of the prestige television shows. I know a lot about awarding Listener of the Month to females who barely participated in the show, and then months later, fabricating the circumstances that led to such a sus pick, and it's great. How's Libby Jack? We gonna bring that back? How about that whole deal? Today, when discussing the Listener of the Year nominees, Libby Jack brought up caller Jen, who won for August based on a single phone call where she mentioned Stephen A. Smith was on General Hospital. Then he lib-splained our call. Came later in the month, as if that makes the pick any less sus.
Oh.
In fact, caller Jen called in on August 8th. Which even by Iggy, the Civil War was in the late 1800s standards, is not late in the month.
No.
It didn't matter that I had the most email wins in August or that I introduced the term Larry Doby of OnlyFans, the TMA vernacular.
Humble, this guy.
The Listener of the Year nomination just had to go to a female who made one forgettable call weeks earlier because the horny simps in the conclave wanted a chance to fire on her at the end of the year awards. Doug, that's from Buck Swope, not happy.
He won.
With the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month.
If he's trying to garner some votes for Listener of the Year, he's not going about it the right way.
He's the reigning Listener of the Month.
I made a mistake
But
there.
he could be the Listener of the Year.
I said he was the betting favorite. I didn't know that was August 8th for caller Jen. My bad.
And finally, A.J. McKernan says it's a shame that the great fans in St. Louis have been stripped of our NFL team. Yeah, we have a team. The Mound City is Chiefs Kingdom, baby. We bleed red and gold, and we won't waver in our support until they stop being the best team in the league, at which point we'll probably jump on the Lions bandwagon. I know it's been a few days, but my kids are still taking the Chiefs' first loss pretty hard. My 6-year-old son, who has been a diehard fan since January, had literally never seen them lose a game. After Josh Allen's final touchdown on Sunday, my son asked, "Why didn't the refs call a penalty that time, Papa?" Did you like that, Papa?
I don't mind it.
All I could say was they're probably just saving home calls for the playoffs. Don't worry, son. The Chiefs will rally around Ed Hockley and they will play good football. If my kids are struggling to cope, imagine what lifelong fans like Caller Scott must be feeling right now. You remember him, right? He's the dude that called the St. Louis radio station at 7:01 to critique the backup offensive lineman of a football team 250 miles away.
Oh.
He seems like a nice guy, but let's keep things in perspective. How do you think Battlehawk fans feel now that their best player is someone named Freedom Akamaladan, whose NFL resume boasts 4 teams and 2 career tackles?
Pardon me.
That's the JV golf coach with his
golf
submission. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
Well, Buck Swope was a little snippy today, and I did enjoy the Ed Hockley reference. I'm going to vote for the JV golf coach.
Against my better judgment, Buck Swope.
I'm going JV golf coach.
JV golf coach is won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today and now has a 1-goal lead with only 4 emails of the day remaining in the month of November. Hey, Munganast, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganast. They're online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. 314-252-0029. That is where you can find them, text them, and call them, and they will be the people you are working with. What else can you ask for to have that kind of accessibility with loyal sponsors of this program? Go shopping right now at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura. Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. And then the secret number for TMA listeners is 314-252-0029. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrari are next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.